Alrighty. Hi, Raphael. What's up?
2.3 connecting to Diablo 4 services. Queued for
Necrosis. You're right on time, buddy. Zenja, how are you?
Screen reader enable / disable.
How are the builds looking for season 9? I haven't been able to play it. This is the first time I'm playing it right here. Maybe turn some of these to mediums so we don't... Let's try like that. Okay. Okay. We're in there, boys. What's up? What am I trying first? Hydra Sorcerer.
I should find better shelter before I freeze.
Yep, I copied existing characters. Didn't I do this yesterday? I didn't. I didn't do this yesterday. I didn't play 1 second yesterday. I tried, but it didn't load up. Hi, Hexfape. When is season 9 coming? Probably like a month from now, right? I haven't checked the new Necro gloves. I bet Macro tested it. Okay, we have to create a new character apparently. I'm good, Ace. How are you? Hi, Olive. What's up? What's up, guys? Will I go hard the next D4 season? Depends on where it lands. Didn't save any of my... Did it not save any of the changes that I... Did it not save any of the changes that I just did? Apply all boosts. Boom. Excuse me. It's weird when I click this, it... Grant all uniques. Oh. Okay, I already see a problem here. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Now I got pretty much everything. Tor Spear, thank you so much for the bits, North, and he also subbed. Thanks, Tor Spear. Bardastan, thank you for the sub, man. Guys, I apologize. What's my PoE speedrun time at? Sub 3? Sub 3 is like world record pace. No. My best ever run so far in PoE 1 is 347, but I am very, 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 very motivated, extremely motivated to lower that. But it took me a long time to even do a 347. Give me 1 second, guys. This is going to be quite boring. Let me just very, very quickly make my build. So give me 1 second here. How do I... Okay, here. I apologize. I know this is boring. My bad. Give me 1 second. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Paragon. That was not... We actually did it correctly for once in our lives. Paragon. Quick, 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 quick. You can't shift click, can you? Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Let me quickly do this. My bad. Torch. Done. 1 second, guys. Sorry, I can't see chat. Copying a Paragon board as fast as I can. My bad. If you want to talk shit to me, now's the time. Because I can't see or defend myself or ban you for it. Give me 1 second. 192 more points to spend, then we'll be back. Okay. Okay. This is Pyromaniac. This is Destruction. Okay, if I've done this right, then we should spend all the rest of our points in this board. Then we're gonna be done here. Oh my god, we did it correctly in one try. Can you believe that? Let's make sure we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, one try. Easy. All right, we're back, boys. Why is everybody so slow? Am I capping my FPS? Okay. That's true. Where is Tomb Lord? Hi, Bloodged. Mugsy, thank you so much for the prime. What's up, man? Not a single person roasted me while I was gone. Okay. Triple GA, Bob. Damn, okay. So let's see here. What are the legendary pieces? Gloves, pants, weapon. So here's a weapon. Okay. One thing about me, guys, is I have like no patience. So I'll tell you what we aren't going to do. We're not going to sit here for 5 million hours re-rolling 5 million things. We're going to kind of put this sorcerer together quickly. I don't need it to be the ultimate perfect rank 1 Jim Bob, you know what I mean? I don't need that. I don't want that. So we're going to be hopefully pretty quick here. So the uniques I need are the ring. I would like... Okay, I believe every single one of those is bad. Should have opened it by the vendor. This is not going to be a triple greater affix stream. I mean, let's just put it on just to indicate that's what we're going for. This is correct, so the pants are done. The pants are already done, boys. Confirmed. Pants are done. At least in terms of re-rolling. Okay, that was a satisfying noise. That was a satisfying noise, I must admit. I don't understand these drop mechanics at all. Greater affix, Shaco, that was easy. I see that they made the change to give you greater affixes on everything to make it way easier to reroll these. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. My Shaco is borderline done. My Starless Skies is done. I like that a lot. No. Yes. Nice. Okay, that was good. I must have missed my boots. So, can I have some uniques? Should be generic uniques, right? Okay, but these don't have greater affixes or what? Is it just me or do they don't have the boots? Maybe they're class specific. Maybe they're class specific. Triple GA pants, by the way. Let's see here. Okay. They say that they're class specific. Okay. That's fine. I'm not mad about that. Probably Devouring Blaze would be the best, but I think %int is also good. Wow. Triple GA Axial Conduit. Might want to save that just for, you know, just for the fun of it, really. So this is only a 19.8. How do I see the... how do you see the ranges? $25? Oh, shit. I love that. Love that noise. No. They're all always the same, right? Okay, I think that's good. So I need a new Talrasha ring and a new staff. Okay. Almost done, almost done, almost done. They made this better, by the way. Use Axial Conduit. It gives max resource and generation. Resource generation and maximum. God, that is such a weird way to phrase it. You're right. Yeah, I need to use these. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I need to use this. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. And maximum, huh? Nope. Here's a 39. Okay, I'm done with my staff. Easy. How do I make the items always stay on the ground? Always show. Anybody know how to do that? Anybody know what setting that is? No. Z. Mounts are restricted in this area. Alt. Alt. Thank you. 98% easy. Good enough. Draximus, thank you so much for the prime, my friend. Alright. Well. I don't need any of that. I can just see by eyeballing it. Okay, so what do I need? I don't need a staff. I don't need an Esu. I don't need a pants. I need gloves badly. Don't need that. Debatable. Don't need that. I need a new Taurasha. I need a new Taurasha and I need a new pair of gloves. That's it. So let's go unique. And I need rings. Ring. No, neither of those. Where are the rings at? None of those are Talrasha. I'm crying.
Need something for it? Let's resolve it. You, wanderer! I know what you are.
Am I not using Fists of Fate? I wasn't planning to. I was going to use the power. I had no more secret counter. Okay, all I need is... I don't understand. What's going on? Equipment. Why does the window close? What's happening? Is this a bug? Ugh. Have a good day, Donkey Teeth. Okay, we need some gloves here. Where is the boost guy standing on top of him? Okay, any of these gloves good? Nope. Nope. Good enough. Done. Already done. Okay, good enough.
Need something for it?
Okay, all I need is a good Talrasha ring and then we're done. Then we're gonna Craft the gear quickly and then go play. Craft the gear quickly and go play. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I wish I could just turn on a loot filter to only show me Talrasha unique rings, but apparently we can't have nice things. $20.5, not good enough. You're everywhere.
Come back if you need work.
Enchant your legs to the desired stat before you temper. Good luck masterworking. Wait, what do you mean, Boiler? Is it broken? Why is Boiler laughing? Guys, does this stuff not work? %12.3%. How is that even a roll? 12.3? Oh my god. That isn't even close. The PTR is ultra bugged. Let's just go with this. Good enough. The PTR is ultra bugged. Okay, let's log out to get rid of the loot. Hi, Frosty. How are you, buddy? I think it was Elena. Elena, I think, was chain crashing yesterday on the PTR. I saw that. All right. So. So Boiler said reroll first.
I can take turn it
Let's see, what did I say was the BIS roll? Critical strike damage. How good is that roll? Good enough. We're not going super ultima big dick here, guys. We're just trying to test stuff. Int crit attack speed. Two to core skills. That's probably even better. I forgot about that one. That's probably even better. Easy. Okay, those are my only two regular things. So I'm done re-rolling. That was easy. The aspect I want on this one is serpentine. Serp. One I want on this one is ancient. Let's put Inferno here. Let's put Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, the jeweler is here now. Nice. It's close. I remember when it used to be super far away. Add sockets. 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 Done. Okay. Where are my runes? Where did my runes go? I assume it would be in the socketables, right? Should have been a cache. Okay. Materials, let's say. Never mind. Progression, maybe? Equip. A rune is a piece of equipment? Okay, and my two runes are going to be Naguvex and Backome. Okay, done with that. Easy, 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 easy. Wait, where's the seasonal tab? Where's the... Wait, we can't do... Wait. Can we not test the new powers? It's in the character menu. Press C. C. Do the rune crafting quest. Get them from the vendor. Oh, there's a seasonal tab at the bottom. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I didn't even see that for some reason. Thank you. Didn't even see that extra tab down there. Okay, okay, okay. Now let's see here. What do we do here? I want... I'm in. Pretty sure this is one of them. Pretty sure this is another one of them. And this is the other. Okay. Okay. And then I believe it's topaz, right? Okay. Okay. Now I have my Paragon, my skills, my equipment. I re-rolled it. I added the sockets. I added the runes. I added these gems.
Father bless. What do you need?
Now I guess we temper. Tempering, we need hydras have heads and hydra damage. Right. Okay, I'm clearly missing all the tempering recipes or something. There we go. I'll tell you what, actually, so far, they've improved the PTR experience tremendously so far. It's actually a lot better. Like, I'm almost done making my character, which is a hell of a lot better than last time. I don't get it. This can't be right, right? I don't get it. Where is the...
Come back if you need work.
What? What? Give me every tempering manual. What? What? Excuse me. Too many items on the ground. What? I don't have that many items on the ground. What? 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 This other one didn't even open. It just disappeared. There we go. There we go. Thank you. No. No. Did you just literally give me the same shit 4 times in a row? 5 times in a row? Wait. You just gave me the... Oh my god. It's over. It's gone.
Father bless. What do you
Nice system. Okay. So what is that? 7? So let's go to Google here. Google. What's 2/3 to the 7? Is it 7? 7th power. There was only a 5.9% chance that I wouldn't get a single roll of Hydra head in 7 tries. If that was 7 tries.
What will it come?
Okay, well, my first item that I made is completely gone. God, this system is so unbelievably shit. My item is just gone. All right, the gloves are done. Let's do... I need a new staff now. I had it done, and then I didn't have it done. I mean, in case I want to use WANs later. This is good enough. Good enough. Let's go.
Need something for it?
Okay, boiler warned me. Reroll first. Let's get life or damage or something. That's probably a terrible roll, right? Whatever. Back in we go.
What do you need?
Nope. 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 Alright, done. Now this one needs to be... I mean, that's actually pretty insane. But it needs to be Hydra damage. Okay, I have to hit a 1 and 4. No. 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 Is there a manual to redo tempering to get more? Is there like a is there something I can use to get more tries? There's a scroll. There's a scroll. How do I get those scrolls? Do they give them to me? Can you get scrolls from the vendor? Marak doesn't have it. Blizzard. Oh, well, they made it better, but PTR round 9. Still don't have it. PTR round 9, man. Still don't have it.
Fairly well. Until spring.
precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
All right. We made a staff. Did it, boys. Okay. Now, people said masterworking doesn't work.
Unexpected.
Wait. It upgraded. I have 4 upgrades. It upgraded damage. It upgraded hydra damage. And it upgraded hydra heads twice. I got 4. Blue, blue, yellow is 2. I got 4 upgrades. Okay. Now I lost it. Wait. No, it says it thinks I lost an upgrade, but now my hydras have 10 heads. Is that even possible? Yeah, it is possible. Okay. Well. All right. Dare I do it again? I got... Wait, I got 3, 6... I got 8 masterworks instead of 3? Okay. I'm happy about that. This is good. Maybe we can hit for quintillions.
Not bad.
Well, I officially just made the greatest staff ever with 8 masterworks on it. Dude, it just keeps bouncing between the 2 stats that don't help me at all. Dude, what is this game? Bro, you've given me the same 2 rolls again. Is this bugged? Chain lightning, 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 chain lightning. Chain lightning, it's got to be bugged, right? There's no fucking way. We're approaching mathematically impossible. Okay, hit DR there.
Not bad.
Fuck it. Whatever. 4 upgrades? It went straight to legendary? Okay. Not even gonna ask. Whatever.
Unexpected. That is worth it. Not bad. Not bad. Unexpected.
Whatever. Okay, let's just go play. I think I'm done. I think. My guy is not perfect at all, but let's go try a new Dealy Bob. Here we go. Wait, I forgot about these. Okay, I need the big blue big dick up here. Catalyst is not activated. I want this on this. I want Stabby Bob right here, and then I want this right here. Okay, let's go try something. Try the hardest difficulty. Where's Helltide? All right, who cares about Helltide? Let's try the new thing. Here we go. New Nightmare Dungeons, boys, with a brand new build. I have never played this. Let's see if this is any good. By the way. Okay, now there's another thing I need to do. I need to put Hydra here, and I need to put Firewall here. Okay, the whole point of this build, guys, is to just cast Hydra. To do nothing else other than throw my ultimate. Yeah, I'm hitting for 400 million a hit. My resource is pretty good. I hit for 1.4 billion there. Yeah, 5.4 billion there. Okay, so the build is good. The build is good. The build is good. 5.4 billion. In the grand scheme of things, maybe 5.4 billion isn't a good hit, but certainly good enough for all content, right? I have a 100% chance to crit, by the way. All right. Well, my build can clear all content. Okay. We did it, boys. 5.4 billion. There's 1.6 billion. Okay. All right, I can still make builds, guys. I can still make builds. When my mana is full, I just go, you drop a Hydra when your mana is full. Whoop. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I am not even getting close to dying. They're not doing any damage to me, so my defense is good. This build is big good. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Boom, 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 boom. 2.5 billion right there. I think you guys already know what time it is. I think it's time for Uber Lilith. What do you think? Boom, 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 boom. Up 2 point. Dude, each Hydra head, each bolt from each Hydra head is hitting for several billion. Boom, 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 boom. Let's try one of these. No moving. No moving. Just I'm letting this lightning thing shoot me. It was able to take off my barrier. Wait a minute, something's not working. Part of my build is not working right now. I just realized something. Wait a minute, part of my build isn't even working. Where's my firewall? Where's my firewall? Does firewall have to be on your bar for it to work? It doesn't say that, does it? Why? Where does it say that? It doesn't say... Where? Upgrade your seasonal runes. Thank you. Oh, man. Let the giga-dicking begin. Where's my firewall? Half of my build isn't even working! I don't understand. The enchantment doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. I'm big mad. Read the chat and get your answer. You need burn for it. I don't... What does that... What the fuck does that mean? You need burn for it? Yeah, the hydra applies a burn. The hydra applies a burn, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. The whole thing is burning. I have to apply it? What? I don't know. Let's see. Something's wrong here. Something's not working here. Okay. The Hydra burns enemies for 100% of its base damage over 6 seconds. I have to apply the burn. The Hydras are my pets. They're my pets. What? What the fuck does that mean? Well, time to make a new build. My shit doesn't work. The boom. Okay, that was satisfying. This build is Ultima Giga Dick status. Dude, Firewall would give me infinite mana if it would just work. How is this in the grand scheme of things? I know this can murder all content, but I mean each Hydra head, if I min-max it's probably hitting, I could probably min-max it to maybe 4 billion a hit per head. Try pit 100. Okay, that's a good idea. I want to try this. Okay, so I need to destroy the blood boils. Okay, if I was a blood boil, where would I be? Probably over here, right? Where? If I was a blood boil, where would I be? Oh, here? Okay, I completed it. So then how do you go? How do you go to the next one? How do you go to the next? How do you go? Guys, we don't have to go fast. We already murder everything. Click the key. He does not read YouTube chat. Oh, God. Kick the key tab. Wait a minute. Wait, are you saying... Oh, here. So when the next thing spawns, here it is. When the thing spawns, there's no icon on the minimap. You just have to magically see it. So you magically have to see, it's like the same color as everything. You have to just magically see this spawn. Okay. Flaybarb hits for so much damage, it hits for negative numbers. You know, I bet the fireball itself hits so hard that the fireball enchant would probably be enough just to blow up the entire room. This build fucking rules. I don't have a pet, but it's the PTR. You have infinite of everything, right? This feels so stupid. We're still walking backwards for night or for animus orbs, by the way. 9 seasons later. Missing Dungeon Affix treasure hunt. Okay, final Nightmare Dungeon escalation. So, again, I'm not saying this to be negative. In absentia, Jet Jock, thank you so much for the subs, guys. I'm not saying this to be negative. I'm saying this as an actual question, like for conversation. Anybody who's played this, does this feel any different to you than just running 3 Nightmare Dungeons in a row? Does this feel different to you? Like, to me, it's indistinguishable. Completely. Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit faster if you can find the tower. if they fix the tower to actually open it up. This is Sirocco Caverns. I know this map. Well, I know all the maps, but I know this one especially. I leveled up in Sirocco Caverns a lot. Okay, the Herodic artifacts don't work at all. Can't test those. So I beat Escalation Tier 3. Okay. So now... Okay, I beat Tier 3. So then I go to the next one. I didn't know there was a next one. Okay, yeah. Here's the fight. Astaroth. He can't see me because I'm stealth, or... What is hitting me? I'm dying to what? What am I dying to? There's nothing on the ground. I'm still dying. What? Blizzard. What? Blizzard? It's bugged. It has invisible poison. All right. Okay, so all right. So how do I? Okay, I guess T out. All right, let's try a little pit. Can you unlock all pit tiers, or don't tell me you have to climb the pit? Do you have to climb it? Do you have to climb it? Hi, Susan. You have to climb? Let me see how many levels it'll give me if I insta-delete it. The guy who coded the PTR took a year off. All right. Bonely fans. All right. Okay. So I think we're ready to write our feedback. I'm ready to write my feedback, I think. Again, no anger in my voice. I would love Diablo 4 to be great. All that stuff out of the way. D4 Season 9 PTR feedback. Okay. So, all right. So, here we go. Let's talk about well, PTR vendors need to sell tempering scrolls. What help me, guys? What's there were lots of issues. What were the issues? Nightmare dungeons, escalating dungeons, indistinguishable from regular nightmare dungeons. What were those called? The Herodric chests, I can't remember what they were called, were bugged. Won't open or do anything. Upon completion, the next dungeon statue, very hard to see and no minimap icon. Mini boss materials need auto pickup. I'm going to put a star by it. I didn't see that, but I'll just believe you. I'll put a star by it. Yeah. Still have to backtrack for objectives like what are those little orbs called, guys? What are they called? Let me think. Why can't I think of it? Jesus, I've done it 1,000 million times. The animus, thank you. Thank you. How is masterworking broken? Look at my weapon. I have 3, 6, 8 masterworks on this staff. 8. You're supposed to have 3. It's completely broken. Eight, I see 5. Look again. Look closer. Look again. I'll give you a hint. 12. It's 8. I still see 5. Percent damage is 2. Hydra damage is 5. Hydras have 12 heads is 8. It's 8, right? It just doesn't have an icon. It isn't orange. Once it's completely broken, guys. How did that even happen? I'll be honest with you guys. This is actually a pretty low point for me. I'm not even faking it here. Like, I actually genuinely feel bad. Like, it's just so messed up. It's just no changes to the game. It's just the same things all the time, and it's really not catching up to the other games. It's just falling further and further and further and further behind. Like, by a lot. And it's sad. I grew up on this franchise. I really like the Diablo games in general, but like, I don't know, like I can't play this, man. Like, what happened? I'm not even mad at all anymore. I'm not mad. I'm just sad. I'm just sad, man. God damn it, man. The fuck? I mean, I I don't know. I sitting here and just mindlessly complaining doesn't help. Being super negative or trash talking doesn't help. The feedback, it's not like Blizzard doesn't listen to the feedback. It's they're so large, they turn like the Titanic. You can see like in the roadmap. It's just all powers, and next season the Infernal Hordes are gonna get upgraded. Like, what is that going to be? Is that going to be, hey, like the very first time I have never in my life, I've never played a rogue light or a rogue like game. So I've never played like Hades. I've never played it, for example. My real first experience with it was kind of the Infernal Hordes game mode in Diablo 4. And one of my first pieces of feedback was almost without exception, every single upgrade that you pick doesn't actually change how you play. It only changes the rewards. Do you get rewards from the little monsters or from the big monsters? Or do these monsters spawn or do these monsters spawn? And they all just insta die anyway, so it doesn't actually mean anything. And I said, it would be way more interesting if you guys would have like choices that actually changed how the run has gone. So like maybe that's their idea to implement that in season 9, but my problem is when they showed us the Infernal Hordes however many seasons ago, what 5-6 seasons ago, whenever it was, we gave this feedback a month before it was out, and it just simply released in the same state that we tested it in, even though we provided the feedback. So I don't know, like if Infernal Hordes are if finally implementing the feedback that we gave on the PTR 1 month before the original thing came out, 5 seasons later, is supposed to be the enticing draw to bring me back in to play the game again. Like, this is not what I would expect from like a AAA live service game at all. I'm not saying you're a Diablo Jesus, but there isn't a single person on this planet who tried to help D3 and D4 more than I did. It's completely fine that you feel like this, but it is what it is. Oh, appreciate you saying that. Avoid the drama, send the feedback, and move on. Right. I'm not interested in drama. I just the problem is I just genuinely feel bad. I'm just very, very down. I'm a very stoic person. I never like feel sad, but this feels like my dog died. I'm not even trying to conjure up drama. I just I guess that's a good question. What do Woody and Rob think? Are they very favorable toward this? Are like Woody is one of the most kind and favorable people. What does Woody think about this? Woody likes the rewards. Rob wants it to be more difficult. If they took each step and made it turn the knob and made it more difficult, that would do pretty much like that's not a bad change, but that wouldn't like do anything, right? It would still be the same thing. I mean, my hydras are hitting for without like that build is not like scrutinized at all. That's me slapping together a hydra build, building it as fast as I possibly can on the PTR and walking down and each hydra head's hitting for 3 billion a hit. You know, if you optimize it even more, it can probably hit much harder than that. Well, it's worked harder than you to make these games great. I hope and pray you can get through to Blizzard no matter what's going on, because they're not listening to us for sure. When I've talked to Blizzard, I never get the feeling that they don't listen to me. And by the way, guys, can I tell you a secret? Some of you may not believe this, but I'll tell you something for sure. I don't have all the answers. I'm not a savant. I'm not Diablo Jesus. Some of my ideas are fucking terrible. So I'm not some kind of messiah here. But the amount of hours I put in this game and the amount of hours I put in Blizzard games is very, 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 very high. And I don't know. I don't know what I'll be honest with you, I don't know what we could do at this point. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Can I chat with Woody? I'll be honest with you. I don't think me chatting with Woody is a good idea. I don't want to like bring him down. I want him to enjoy it. If he's enjoying it, I'm just going to let him enjoy it. I'll just let him enjoy it, man. You can't bring a cheater like Woody any lower. Guys, Woody hasn't cheated in Diablo 4 in like many, 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 many years. Or, well, right, yeah. Woody never cheated in Diablo 4. Let me say it again. Woody has never cheated in a Diablo game. What for what people are for people that don't know, Woody got banned like a long time ago, like in I don't know, like season 2 or something is what he's referring to. I can't remember what season it was. One of the very first seasons in Diablo 3, not in Diablo 4. That's what they're referring to. So when does Night Rain come out? Does Night Rain come out tomorrow? I bought it last night and I think I already installed it. It's not in 1 week. I think it's tomorrow. Are you going to play that, Frosty? Oh, it comes out on the 30th? It comes out 30 hours from now. Okay, so it comes out at 5 my time. The POE1 teasers that I've seen have been the pausing is in the game, and now they have like a currency tab for the maps or something. May 29th, 5 p.m. Okay. Isn't Night Rain just PvP? It's exactly the opposite. It's only PvE. There's no PvP in Night Rain. It's only PvE. PoE1 is washed. Can you explain to me what is washed about PoE1? What is washed about PoE1? You're just trolling, but you're not a fan of POE1? POE1 lacks vision. I don't think POE1 lacks vision. POE1 is the vision. Do content creators not give any feedback to these D4 devs? Donnie, I don't mean to I don't mean to answer a question with a question, but is there any part of your question that where you actually believed that the content creators don't provide feedback? Like, do you actually believe that that happens, that we don't provide feedback? Is that a thing that you think could possibly ever happen, even in a parallel universe? You've been playing 22 hours of Elden Ring in the last. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you. Do the feeling lucky feature and stream whatever game it lands on. What made me quit WoW and main ARPGs? WoW just takes up so much time, man. Like, you would say, oh, but you just dedicate all your time to ARPGs. But ARPGs, you can dedicate the time as you see fit. I'm sure you do. You just feel like maybe some don't complain enough. Donnie, I'm going to make a statement. I'm going to make a statement. And if you feel like it, you can peruse the Diablo partner program and see if I'm wrong. If you interviewed everyone in the Diablo program who's been in there for a while, I'm talking literally everyone. Rob, Woody, Mods, Crip, Elena, Heather, Seattle, Boiler, Macro, everybody, every single one of them. Riker, if you polled them and you asked them, who is the one who gives the most fiery, feisty feedback in the program? I bet you it would. I bet you it's possible that I would get rank 1 across the board. Every single person would say me, because I'm the not nice guy. Like, I'm respectful. I don't call them names or use curse words, but I'm very, very, very forward with my feedback. It would not surprise me if I swept, if you polled all of them and they told you that the one who's the most feisty with their feedback is me. Because it's me. So it's not me. I will tell them how I feel about it in a respectful way. I would be very surprised if you pulled any of them and they said that it wasn't me. I would be shocked. Never played Dark Souls 1 or 2 or 3. That's not what he meant. That is exactly what he meant. Here's his comment right here. That's exactly what he meant. There's a follow-up comment that he made, and that's exactly what he said. Anyway, it doesn't matter, guys. It's not a contest. Who cares? Rob is a part of the problem. So let me give you a scenario with Rob. Let's take Path of Exile 1 or 2 or even Last Epoch. Let's take those games. If Rob went into those games and he made a build on the PTR that was doing negative damage or quintillions of damage in the other games, and he was streaming it, and he made a video about it, and he posted it in the Discord, what are the odds in those games that it makes it to live 1 month later? In POE1, POE2. Exactly. It's zero. Right? It's actually zero. So Rob did not make the game worse in that scenario. He made the game better. He got rid of the horse shit so we can actually have a game to play, right? So Rob does that in this game, and our conclusion is Rob is a part of the problem. I don't agree with that. Rob running around breaking everything all the time is not why we're in this scenario. That's not why Diablo 4 is in trouble. Why do you think they have such a hard time making the druid interesting? Ecos, I'm going to answer that question as honestly as possible. I think the druid being interesting is like not even in the top 100 biggest problems for Diablo 4. If I walked into a Diablo meeting and I was the director and I asked people what they were working on, and we had a single FTE or intern or part-time employee working on making the druid interesting, I would literally blow a gasket. All right. Well, whatever. Okay, Frosty just sent me this. I like this. I hit open link and it downloaded the image. Whatever. That works for me. I mean, that's actually a great idea. Actually, I think that's it. I think the best thing that Diablo 4 could do. The problem is it's about money, right? People still buy the battle pass every season, so they'll never do this. But if they actually wanted to fix Diablo, I don't want this job, but let's say it was my job, and they said, "Hey Rax, uh, can you try to fix Diablo 4?" I said, "I'll say I sure can." I'll be like, all right, here we go. I'm gonna say, guys, for the next year, for whatever 2026, we just need to work on Diablo 4. We're gonna do massive, massive, massive changes, and essentially do a relaunch. So, I'm gonna do some seasonal resets. We're gonna pick like the top 3 favorite themes, and we're just gonna bring them back and make some slight edits. They're not gonna be great. There'll be a battle pass. The battle pass might be cheaper and have some really cool cosmetics. And I we need like a year sitting down, and when I come back, I need to have a new Diablo experience for you. I I need to work on everything in the game. I need to make leveling fun and rewarding. I need to get rid of the tempering problems where you brick your item forever. I need to make the loot chase exciting. I need to make pit pushing way more like GR pushing, where it takes skill and tactics and knowledge, and it's actually fun and meaningful to push it. There's not going to be a single build when we come back that's going to hit for over 1 billion damage ever. And if it does, I'm going to nerf it immediately. And it's going to be severe nerfs until we actually get a control over the damage in this game. I'm going to test in-depth mechanics with content creators. All of this burning damage doesn't trigger the firewall thing. It's never going to happen. I'm going to partner with Maxroll, every single class lead. I'm flying them down to the Blizzard headquarters. And we're going to spend a week with the lead class designers, and I'm going to have them write a 15-page paper of every bug that they can find. I'm going to fix all of them. Then I'm going to look at the skill tree. It's going to be a massive skill tree. When we come back, the Paragon system is going to be way more exciting. There's going to be a Pokemon gotta catch 'em all endgame system. I'm going to completely redo Nightmare Dungeons. I'm going to see if I can collaborate with Hades and bring them in here on how to fix Infernal Hordes. I'll see you in a year. Bye. I'll talk to you in a year. I'm not being sarcastic at all. If that was up to me and they gave me full power to do it, that's what I would do. You don't need to take a year break, though. I mean, Diablo 4 is there. I'm not bringing down the game. Go ahead and log in and play D4. Go ahead. I'm not taking the game down. Jonathan mentioned what in an interview semi recently? Oh. Riker just released a very interesting D4 Endgame video. Do you guys want to watch this video from Riker or no? He's talking about Diablo 4's Endgame. You want to watch it or no? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. All right. Let's see what CJ has to say.
Hey, folks.
How's the volume, guys? Too loud? Too soft?
Added to Diablo 4. Throughout Diablo 4's life, I've spoken a lot about adding an endgame meta progression system. In this video, I'll explain exactly what I mean by that, and I'll show a mock-up example of what that can look like in Diablo 4. This is the kind of stuff that would keep me playing the game for longer. Not because I'd feel I have to finish the season, but because I feel the game still gives me goals and meaningful progression to chase. Now, if you hate Diablo 4, if you think Diablo 4 is a bad game, then this is not going to change your mind. It's not going to make you like it. But if you feel there's just something missing to keep you playing, then this may be the missing puzzle piece. I'm going to start with some game design talk to explain exactly what I'm trying to achieve here. But if you want to just skip ahead to the idea itself, timestamps are below. Meanwhile, we've had the reveal of Season 9, Sins of the Haradrim. To find out what that's all about, you can watch my video covering it, and you can find that on my website, Riker.com, which brings us to a word from this video's sponsor. I built my website using Squarespace, and I was able to do everything myself, quickly and easily, and with zero education in the field, all thanks to how easy Squarespace is to work with. Squarespace even has a new AI tool called Design Intelligence, which combines 2 decades of industry-leading web design expertise with the latest AI tech to empower you to build a beautiful-looking, personalized website made exactly for your needs and your unique identity. Squarespace even has optimized SEO tools so that you can launch your website and start getting views as soon as possible. Squarespace is flexible for any kind of website with tons of design options to choose from. You can easily connect all your social accounts and also upload your video content and organize your video library. You can sell products or services, and with Squarespace Payment, you have an easy way to manage your payments in one place. You're just a few clicks away from being able to receive payments through your website, all while offering customers popular payment methods like Apple Pay, ClearPay, Klarna, and ACH Direct Debit. Basically, if you want to build a website, I recommend Squarespace. So head to squarespace.com/Riker or click the link in the description to start your free trial and use code Riker to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/RHYKKER and use code Riker. All right, diving into things here, I'll start by saying I am not a game designer.
One thing, guys, yikes, skip the advertising. I will never do that. This is what pays Riker's bills, and he's providing this content for me to watch. I'm not skipping it. I won't ever do that. If I'm watching somebody's video and they have a sponsor, we're going to watch it on this stream every time. I'm sorry.
But I have played Dungeons & Dragons for 25 years as a dungeon master. I like to design and tinker with a lot of systems. And before I go and add a system or change anything in my game, I like to first take the approach of examining why. If I want to add a system, why do I want to add it? What problem am I trying to solve by either adding or changing something? So that's the lens through which I'm going to be looking at this. So for me in Diablo 4, my problem is that I reach a point where I no longer feel incentivized to keep progressing. Yeah, I can keep grinding Paragon. I'm not Paragon 300 yet.
I'd be very interested to know where that point is for Riker. Maybe he'll get to it, but he says he reaches a point where he doesn't want to grind anymore. I would love to know where is that for him. By the way, Spine, Constantine, GT, Dragon, Ganlorn, Ronan, Mike, The Tie That Binds, Magobane. Thanks so much for the subs and the primes, guys.
Yeah, I can keep trying to perfect my gear. I'm not, 4 GAs everywhere, perfect rolls, all the masterwork. But why? I can already crush all T4 content. I can defeat every boss in the game. Sure, I can try to push deeper in the pit, but why? Just to face the same monsters, the same experience, but with bigger numbers? Now, progression is by itself inherently rewarding, right? Seeing your level rise, experiencing your power increase, that is a reward in and of itself. It feels good. But eventually, the time required to gain a power increase becomes too long, and the amount of increased power becomes too little to retain your attention. At least mine. I stop feeling like I'm progressing, or I stop getting good enough feelings like I'm progressing fast enough, and I get disinterested.
So he might make many points in this video. So I'm not taking that as there's a whole video here. So he's going to make a lot of points. That's part of it. The reward is not there. One of the biggest parts, though, was the component for me that he said earlier is the actual grinding part of it is not fun. So if I compare running through a nightmare dungeon to doing greater rifts in Diablo 3 or doing mapping in POE 1, I think POE 1 and Diablo 3 are a lot more fun. Like, mapping in POE 2 actually is not even quite as fun as the other two. So I'd say, like, D4 is at the bottom, POE 2 is better than that, and Diablo 3 and POE 1 are way more fun than that.
My proposed solution to this problem is the Endgame meta progression system. ARPGs are, at their core, philosophically simple games. Invest time and effort, get rewarded with progression. This is the basic reward loop that keeps us engaged. Whether we're grinding XP or we're grinding gear, time equals progression. The feeling of progression keeps us playing. Once we stop feeling like we are making meaningful progression, many of us lose the drive to keep playing. So enter the concept of meta progression. Now, let's lay out some definitions here. Progression is what I define to mean every system that furthers your character's power, your level, your gear, your masterworking, your glyphs. These are all progression systems. These are all things that you can invest time into in order to become more powerful over a series of progressive, discrete steps. Now, meta progression is what I define to mean any system of progression that exists outside of character power. So technically, Diablo 4's original Battle Pass is a meta progression system. By investing your time, you are unlocking additional rewards over a series of progressive, discrete steps. But that's not the kind of thing that I want to add. What D4 lacks, in my opinion, which competing ARPGs offer, is a robust meta progression system related to end game activities. And it's the reason that a lot of people say that D4 has no end game. Because Diablo 4 actually offers a multitude of activities to engage with in the end game. You got the pit, lair bosses, infernal hordes, nightmare dungeons, undercity, world bosses, legion events, whispers, helltide, dark citadel. That's 10 right there. And, maybe you don't like most of these, but they are in the game. They are things to do. The game doesn't have a lack of activities to engage with. What it lacks is a reason for us to engage with these activities beyond just their rewards. And those rewards contribute to progression. So once we no longer feel satisfaction from progression, we feel no need to engage with these activities. Or at least, specific activities become increasingly less enticing depending on what they offer as rewards. My solution here is an endgame meta progression system that will 1. Offer players reason to engage with different activities beyond their existing progression rewards. 2. Present a feeling of meaningful meta progression so that once character progression ceases to feel satisfying, meta progression can keep players engaged. 3. Allow players to tailor their endgame experience to activities that they prefer to engage with. And 4. Allow for progressively larger, aspirational, pinnacle challenges to chase. So, here's my proposed system, and it's going to look familiar to Last Epoch and Path of Exile players. I'm going to present 2 versions of this. The default I'll show is the easiest to implement version. This is if we want something like this in the game just ASAP. Beyond that, though, I'll talk about ways that we can make this even better, kind of an aspirational version, if we can allocate more resources and add new content. So here it is. You start off, you're in-game, and then you either go to the Tree of Whispers, click on it, or you click your handy keyboard shortcut, and boom, it brings up this menu here. So what are we seeing here? Well, there are two parts of the system. You got the branches up top, and you got the roots at the bottom. The branches will be the activities we can do to progress our tree, and the roots form a passive tree that we can allocate points into. We're going to look at each of these separately, but they are tied together. So let's look at the top first, and here, we'll enable our high visibility mode. Obviously, look, I'm just one guy. I don't have an art team here, so pretend this all looks sexy and awesome. So what you're seeing would be a tree that's already in progress, but the first time you bring up the tree, you would have 5 options to pick from. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are your 5 originator branches, whatever you want to call them. These are the core branches, and the game will randomly assign a activity to each of these 5 nodes. And these activities can be drawn from any instance activity in the game. In other words, no open world activities. So here, for instance, we got Infernal Hordes, we got Undercity, we got Pit, we got Nightmare Dungeon, and we got Lair Boss. So those were the starting 5 options that I drew, for instance. The game assigned to me randomly. And in an aspirational version of this, right, we can add more activities into the game, so there would be more potential options here. And even just over time, if more activities are added, these could be fit into the tree. Now, what these things constitute are a new kind of whisper. We'll call them ancient whispers. And this does not replace regular whispers in any way. Those still continue to exist as normal in addition to this system. Sometimes you can even probably complete 2 whispers at once, a regular and an ancient whisper at the same time. But regardless, completing an ancient whisper here will reward you with ancient favors, tracked up here over at the top. So your goal, in short, is to fill up the favor bar to earn passive points to allocate into your roots below. You're going to then level up your tree, and you're going to unlock increasingly difficult pinnacle boss fights. So a red whisper here would signify a whisper that you can complete right now. A white whisper, these 3 over here, those are already completed. And a gray background one, these are whispers that will unlock by completing a red whisper. So I haven't done this whisper, but the game shows me what whispers will be available already before doing it, so I get to decide, do I want to do this one and unlock those. If I were to do this whisper, then these 2 would become red, and what would actually happen is the...
Guys, there's a lot of back and forth in the chat. He literally said it's a POE1 / Last Epoch system before he started describing it. So all the people that are saying this is just POE1 and Last Epoch, he literally just said that.
Branch is going to then grow. There'll be some sick animation, right? And, more branches will spread like we've seen happen up here. These all started off with just the original, couple options. I completed this whisper, and the tree dynamically grows as we complete them. Now, some of these branches will dead end, right? This right here, this one dead ended because it's colliding with this other branch. But ultimately, you should never be able to brick your tree because it's all going to keep spreading out radially. So how do you complete one of these whispers? Well, you select any red whisper, and then you still need to have the required key to run whatever that activity is. So let's say I select this Nightmare Dungeon over here. An interface pops up, and I can slot in one of my Nightmare Dungeon keys, pop it in, and then I get zooped into the Nightmare Dungeon. Easy as that. If I click on this Infernal Hordes, then I put in my Infernal Hordes key. If I click on the pit here, where if I don't have a pit one available, but I click on the pit, I got to select a pit level. I have to have the pit materials to open the pit. You get the idea. So you complete the whisper, and then you get rewarded some amount of favors. Depending on the difficulty of the whisper, they'll give different favors. And you can also fail the whisper, however. Either maybe if you die once, you fail the whisper, or there can be some other fail condition, whatever the case is. You can still complete whatever event you're doing, and the tree branch will still grow, but you won't get any favors from a failed whisper. Now, whispers have a chance to spawn as magic, rare, legendary, and even unique. And these will have affixes on them that increase challenge and reward in specific ways. So increased challenge examples could be stuff like increased enemy attack speed, enemies gain resistance to a certain element, Enemies deal increased damage. Enemies attacks have increased area of effect. Enemies have increased life, increased barrier. Enemies take longer to be staggered. Debuffs on enemies expire faster. Enemies bypass X amount of armor or X amount of resistance. Enemies take reduced damage from crits, whatever. It doesn't really matter. You can come up with any number of increased difficulty things. And then every challenge affix also comes paired with a random reward affix, which could be stuff like increased XP, increased rune drop chance, increased mythic drop chance, increased ancestral drop chance. You get the idea. So Magic Whispers will have one challenge and one reward affix. Rares will have 2, legendaries will have 3, but here's the kicker. These affixes do not apply to just the Whisper you're running. They modify the entire branch moving forward. So if I had over here, or let's say over here, a rare Whisper, then the modifiers would affect everything moving forward, and it's going to progressively stack more and more as you go deeper down a branch. So ramping up reward and challenge. Then the unique whispers can be some like weird, interesting challenges or rewards. Like maybe there's a unique lair boss whisper that makes you fight the Avarice world boss instead of a normal lair boss. And there's like goblin packs spawning everywhere and you get the Uber Duriel reward chest. Maybe there's a unique Nightmare Dungeon whisper that is filled with nothing but butchers. Maybe there's a unique Infernal Hordes whisper that every 10 runs you decide to move on to the boss fight or go another 10 rounds to collect more ether, stacking even more modifiers. Maybe there's a unique Pit Whisper that gives you a guaranteed upgrade attempt for every minute that you have left on the clock. Maybe there's a unique Undercity Whisper that lets you pick a specific legendary rune at the end as a reward. Now, tree level also comes into play. So, your first tree, before you've completed any whisper turn-ins, most whispers are just going to be normal. Maybe you'll get some magic ones. Sometimes a rare one. But as you continue your turn-ins and you level up your tree, you increase the odds of getting higher rarity whispers. So as the tree levels up, you're getting increasingly rare whispers, which are going to then ramp up the challenge and reward. And we'll say that the tree has 5 levels. So the max tree level is 5. More on that soon. We'll also say the tree resets in 2 ways. First, once you fill your Ancient Favor bar, you can choose to either keep going with this tree, or you can then choose to tackle a pinnacle boss. If you beat the pinnacle boss, you then reset your tree, you level it up, and you start over again. If you fail the pinnacle boss fight, then you lose some amount of favors, and you have to grind up more whispers before you can challenge the boss again. Now, if for whatever reason you no longer like your tree setup, maybe you feel blocked, or you just, whatever, you don't like it, you can choose to reset your tree, but if you reset your tree, you lose all your favors. So that's a basic gameplay loop here. You pick your whisper that you want to run, based on what activities that you like to do and what rewards you want to chase. You're making decisions, right, that are going to impact what activity you're about to do. You're ramping up difficulty, you're ramping up reward, you're building towards a pinnacle boss fight. And as we said, 5 tree levels, 5 pinnacle bosses to conquer. The easiest way to implement these bosses would be just recycling existing bosses, but hopefully changing them somehow. Maybe doing cute things like having to fight 2 or more bosses at once. You know, maybe you get a solo instance with a world boss, or a solo instance versus multiple world bosses, whatever. You know, the idea is we get new bosses, of course, right? Pinnacle, best implementation is fully new bosses, but we can have temporarily placeholder bosses in the meantime. The bosses should be challenging. They shouldn't be impossible, except for maybe the final boss. He should be by far the most challenging thing in the game. Absolute top tier pinnacle challenge. And each pinnacle boss should offer some kind of unique reward that you can't get anywhere else in the game. Stuff like, stuff that isn't overpowered, such that people feel like, oh, I have to go do this, but stuff that is at least useful. So maybe Pinnacle Boss 1 lets you enchant an amulet and pick deterministically one specific affix. So, like, you can pick a specific passive to have on that amulet. Pinnacle Boss 2 maybe lets you add 2 perfect tempers of your choice to an item. Pinnacle Boss 3 lets you manually select all the masterworking crits on an item. Pinnacle Boss 4 lets you max out 1 affix of your choice on an item. And Pinnacle Boss 5 lets you personalize an item. It gains your name, so you pick some item, then it becomes, Riker's Tyrael's Might. It's like a status symbol kind of thing. And then it also adds an extra affix of some kind. Nothing too strong, but something universally useful, like 10 all resist and 200 armor. It's more about the bragging rights at this point than having like a really useful item. And then if you want to redo any of these rewards, you have to fully reset your tree back to level 1 or, you know, whatever. We can work out something that people find fair.
Okay, so first of all, CJ's level of effort here and presentation for one guy making a YouTube video is monstrous. So what a cool tree, what an in-depth, well thought out idea. The effort is there. Amazing, right? So, not really specifically tied to his idea. I guess the one piece of feedback that I would have on his idea, like if him and I, or we had a team working on this idea, there are a couple of things here that, like, Path of Exile, it has the best strategy. They have the best strategy. You want to know what they do? They do what South Park does. Path of Exile does what South Park does. South Park writers, they do this. What they do is they sit back and they watch the world burn. They watch Elon Musk cheat in POE2. They watch Donald Trump put tariffs up. They watch Luka Doncic get traded for Anthony Davis, and then the NBA rigs the Mavericks to get the #1 pick. All South Park does is they sit back and they watch the world burn. And then once the world burns, they make an episode about it. They don't have to come up with anything. They just sit back and they watch the world burn, right? So that's what Path of Exile does, but instead of watching the world burn, Path of Exile they literally say it every league. They say, oh, Hades came out, and Hades is a fun game, so we just had a meeting about what did Hades do, and we implemented this roguelike into our game. Or, oh, we played Heroes of Might and Magic, and that game is so fun, so we made the Settlers League, where you can like build a town and send out shipments and get divines and mirror shards in your boats. So the thing that I would challenge CJ on this idea is CJ is saying that he wants to make things different. Like killing this pinnacle boss gives you 2 perfect tempers on your items. Not a bad idea. The tempering system sucks in general. But the thing that I would say in the meeting is, guys, what we need to be doing is we need to look at the systems of the best games that are kind of like ARPGs all around us, and we need to somehow implement them into our game. So, for example, like, there's just so many examples. Like, I can think of like stuff from Elden Ring and stuff from World of Warcraft. Like, Riker's talking about when you kill the final pinnacle boss, we're going to give you 10 all res and 200 armor. That is exactly what no one who is going to kill the final pinnacle boss wants. You want to know what something that someone who's killing the final pinnacle boss wants in a season? They want to look like the character in Diablo 2 when you have your full Talrasha set. You're literally glowing. You have a glow, but you could make it look fucking awesome. You want to know what you could do? You want to know what's the best status symbol in WoW? There's nothing even close to it. Is if you have a god tier mount that no one can get, or if you have a god tier title. If there's someone riding around in Orgrimmar, if there's someone riding around in Orgrimmar and their name is Merciless Gladiator Raxxanterax, you know that guy is a god. You know he's a god. He has the Merciless Gladiator title. Imagine if they had fixed Bulwark Druid. Imagine if they had fixed, all the exploits in pre-season 1 Uber Lilith, and you got the title God Slayer if you killed Uber Lilith before season 1. There wouldn't be many people who had it if they had removed like the exploits, and it would actually mean something. So what I don't want in this pinnacle system is for you to keep giving me the things that I can already get. I don't want perfect tempers. I don't want 10 all res. I want a mount that's actually fucking amazing. Like it's like a dragon or something. I want something that I will remember this season by forever. I don't want a little bit more damage on my character. Another thing is like, along those same lines, I think Elden Ring does it the best, except Elden Ring, I think, punishes you too much for it. Every time you kill one of the legends or one of the gods of Elden Ring, you get their greater runes, but you can only activate them like with a big consumable, and then you lose it when you die. If you manage to move through this pinnacle boss system, imagine it like assuming that you have actually balanced the game and killing them actually requires some skill, then you should get like their remembrance or their weapon or whatever, or a special, unique, separate power for your character. And it can't be that strong. It can't be like it's just carrying you, because then that would again break the balance and break the game. But just for an example, if you killed Uber Lilith, if she was the first pinnacle boss and you killed her and you activated Uber Lilith's seal, every time you get hit, you gain 20% movement speed for 3 seconds. Because by remembering that fight about how you had to dodge all of the waves, whenever you get hit, you get a burst of speed that helps you dodge the next hit. Something like that. And when you have all 5 of the pinnacle boss powers, your character actually feels different. Something like that. What I would be looking at is what games have I played that I've loved lately? I love POE1. I love Claire. I love Last Epoch. I love the Sloremancer. Maybe Night Rain will be really fun. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3. Just look at the games. And as Riker is describing, look at the systems. Are there any systems here? Are there any concepts here that make sense in this game that we can mold into a Diablo experience? This would be like my main, not challenge, but my, not even feedback, but my contribution to Riker's idea. It's like, I don't want to spoon feed people more of Diablo 4 in a different UI. I want to show you something actually a little bit different and creative. I can't just copy their systems. I want to be inspired by the other systems, and then I want to make it my own. How do I make this really fun? There's another thing here that Riker hasn't talked about, and there's 6 more minutes. Maybe he'll talk about it. I think this is a crime to not have it in the game. It's in POE1. It's kind of in Last Epoch. And it's not in Diablo 4, and it's not in POE2. I said this in my very first feedback document for POE2, that I cannot believe they did not carry this forward. This absolutely works. There's no objectivity about it. Anyone who disagrees is just a low IQ dumbass. In video games, people love the Pokemon system. They love it. In every game. It's even in Sloremancer. It's in the Sloremancer, where you go to collect all the weapons and you level up all the weapons and the weapons level up and stuff. POE1 has this and people love it, where you actually just play and you're looking to hunt through all of the different maps and to complete your Atlas tree. Now, Diablo 4 did this sort of with their what's it called, rapport system, where you have to go click all the altars of Lilith. That's the correct idea with the complete wrong implementation. Complete wrong implementation. I don't want to run around and click random things that have nothing to do with actually playing Diablo. I want the gotta catch 'em all system to be seamlessly integrated into the endgame system. That way I feel good about completing it. So running each nightmare dungeon once is a much better way of doing it than clicking all the altars of Lilith. Beating every pinnacle boss once, or just beating every boss that appears at the end of a pit once, or whatever, and you fill out a tree based upon that. People love that shit. And then if you get, whether it's power or meta progression, whether you get pets or auras or titles for moving through it, I think is way, like, find a seller that has a puzzle in it. And of course, you have to balance it so people aren't searching for 10 days to find a seller with a puzzle in it. Find a seller with the butcher in it, and then you get a passive point. Might be a much more fun way to snoop around and go around the overworld. Even if you don't find the butcher in the cellar, at least you get an event with a chest and da-da-da-da-da. So it's like, they need to implement the Pokemon system, which is not in Riker's idea, in some way that's fun. People, it works all the time. It works in every game that it's implemented well in. Every single time. Always works.
Now, it says 10, favors over here, but that number should probably be higher, maybe 20, maybe 50. I don't know. And the higher in Torment that you play, the more
mods. I had a pretty disastrous experience, if I'm being honest. You must have played it, but the vendors didn't sell tempering scrolls. I kept bricking the things that and I wasn't even trying for perfect stats at all. I kept bricking my stuff so I couldn't play it. My loot was disappearing, not only when it would drop on the ground when I would open it, but in my inventory. I thought it was complete indistinguishable from regular nightmare dungeons. The chests wouldn't open for me. I just got an error message. The next dungeon statue, you can barely see it. There's no mini-map icon. I had to backtrack in the 3-chain dungeons to pick up the animus to even carry forward. The final boss has invisible poison that persists after he dies that just killed me. Couldn't see it. The mini boss materials don't auto pick up. Masterworking is completely broken. And the one build that I made, the burning damage from the hydras didn't work with the firewall enchantment slot, which honestly kind of bricked a big part of my build. So I had a pretty disastrous PTR.
Favors every whisper should give, so your progress in the tree will be much faster in Torment 4 than in Torment 1. And every time you level up the tree, it's going to take more favors to unlock the next level. How does this interact with multiplayer, you ask? Well, probably only the party leader gets to progress their ancient favors, so you'd want to take turns passing around party lead. Okay, so that about covers the top of the tree. Let's go look at the passives down here. You're ultimately going to earn 50 points. 50 passive points that you can apply.
Stuff like that never works, right? Like, if you're playing multiplayer, you have to micromanage who is the party leader to advance their tree. I would veto that strongly. That's like, I don't care what solution we come up with, but that can't be it. That can't be it. I can see it now. I've been doing this for a long time. I can see the hatred and the backlash. I play with my wife and I'm always the party leader. She just chills. And now I have to micromanage passing her back lead and looking at her quests and this and that to do that. Yeah, it's crazy. Mods is crazy. Reptar, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Dutch, thanks for the prime. I'd push back, like, if I was in the meeting, I'd be like, listen, we need a different solution. Like, we can come up with 30 different other solutions on how we're going to handle multiplayer, but that one can't be it. It's got to be something different than that. We can't have the multiplayer people optimizing passing party lead to advance their trees. That can't be it.
Apply in your tree down here however you want. You're going to earn 10 passive points every tree level. So every time you achieve, for the first time, 1/10 of the whispers needed to unlock the next.
And guys, it's fine. Like, Riker made a huge presentation of a ton of different ideas. A lot of them are awesome. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just giving you my feedback. If I'm sitting there brainstorming with Riker, we work as a team, right? He has the base idea. He did a lot of the tough work is coming up with the ideas. So he did a lot of the tough work. We sit there, we invite mods, we order pizza, whatever, and we work on this for a while. Once two people have it down, then we add a third person. And we don't add a bunch of yes people. I want people who are going to argue with me about it, that are going to test me and make me defend our ideas.
Next tree level, you're going to get 1 passive point. So that means the 50th passive point you only get by beating the final pinnacle boss. Not a big deal if you don't get it, but it's a nice little capstone. Now, the point of the passive tree is to really personalize and customize your end game experience, both in terms of what you are doing and the rewards you're getting. So the affixes on the whispers up here, right, the magic and the rare whispers, they're going to be generic, things that can apply to everything else that spawns on the tree. But in the passive tree, you can pick more specialized kinds of rewards for specific activities. So, first off, you're going to have nodes that you can invest into, multiple points into, right, that's going to increase the chance of a certain activity spawning as an ancient whisper. So let's say you just blast a ton of points into chance to spawn pit and chance to spawn infernal hordes, then most of your ancient whispers up here that are going to spawn whenever you get a new tree set up, they ought to be mostly pit and infernal hordes. Then there can be points that you allocate to enhance the rewards of specific activities, like more glyph upgrade attempts in pits. Maybe, pits get a 3rd floor. Maybe infernal horde keys will always have 10 waves. Maybe you get increased ether drops in infernal hordes, increased chance of Shade of Belial popping up in lair bosses. Maybe Shade of Belial can spawn in any instance, right? Depending on how you want to group these together, you can have the ones that apply to more than one activity be things that kind of branch together and branch forward, things that are more disconnected off to the side. So you can have more generic, kinds of nodes that'll apply in multiple cases. So maybe increased chance of butcher spawning, increased chance of goblin spawning, increased chance of goblin pack spawning, increased mob density, increased elite chance. So mob density, for instance, would make sense for lair bosses, but makes sense for pretty much everything else. Then you can even have specific rewards tied to some of these things, like increased chance for the butcher to drop a mythic, increased chance for elites to drop greater affix items, stuff like that. There can even be some nodes where you select a legendary aspect and you're more likely to get this aspect to drop. So if you're trying to fish for the perfect version of that aspect, right, it'll help you complete your codex. Or, select an item type, you're more likely to get this item type to drop. Let's say you're fishing for perfect gloves. Or maybe even select a specific unique item, or, maybe.
Okay, so this sounds like a lot of the ideas that are in the Woven Echo Tree in Last Epoch. I would have the same challenge to the team here, where maybe you'd have greater nodes around here. And I would say, guys, what I want to do with this endgame tree is I want to change. I want to manipulate Diablo 4 as a game. That's my challenge to you. So instead of it's fine if some of the lesser nodes are more ether drops in infernal hordes. There's nothing wrong with that. Or the butcher has an increased chance to drop a mythic unique. No problem. But what I'm looking for is I want to be transformative with Diablo 4. I want people engaging with this tree to have a different experience. So, like, this is the part that would take a lot of time. This is the part that separates, like, making an actual fucking godly game and just slapping together an endgame system. But instead of Butcher has a higher chance to drop a mythic unique, it's like if you path down to this greater node, it's the Butcher is replaced with his wife, the Butcheress, or something. And the Butcheress is way more powerful and drops not only way better loot, but also different loot that you just can't find anywhere else. So maybe they have a special unique drop where you need it for your build, and you say, all right, I'm playing this build. I need the Butcheress's Cleaver because that thing is god tier. So I need her to spawn in my Nightmare Dungeon, so I'm going to path over to that node. Or, like, I want to, like, it's tough to do it in the open world. It's tough, yeah, the Paintress Butcher or whatever. Like, I want to actually transform how things happen, rather than here's 10 more ether. So, like, it would be tough. Like, you'd have to sit here and think and have tons of people thinking you'd have to have a bank of like 100 ideas of what's a crazy thing that we could do with the Infernal Hordes and Helltide and Nightmare Dungeons and Strongholds and da-da-da-da-da. It would be like a greater node could be strongholds are now repeatable, and strongholds always give you 5 whispers, 5 grim favors. So it's like, if you like doing the strongholds, and maybe you could also, I see, I don't even think that would be enough. You would also need to make strongholds like kind of interesting in a different way. Like, strongholds are now repeatable. Strongholds now always give 5 grim favors. And strongholds have an X% chance to spawn, and then you have a list. The Butcher, the Butcheress, a Goblin Pack, a Pinnacle Boss, da-da-da-da-da. It, like, completely changes strongholds if you path to this node. It just completely changes it. And I don't know, like, I would be... My message to the team would be, let's go real big here. I don't want 10 more ether in the Infernal Hordes. I want you to fucking change things, so people, when they're like, okay, I want to go path here because I love doing strongholds, I'm going to turn strongholds into like my like end game activity.
Maybe you have to have it already, you slot that unique item in, and then when a unique item drops, it's more likely to be this same unique item. Again, folks, a lot of this is going to be very familiar to last Epoch and Path of Exile players. Basically, you're customizing what kind of activities you're doing and what kind of rewards you're getting. So you can build towards, for instance, getting Nightmare Dungeons to spawn more often, getting Nightmare Dungeons to spawn with Goblin Packs, and
yeah. So someone had an idea in there that made me think of a different idea that would be even better. So it's like, you unlock this node for completing all strongholds in the season, and it opens up the stronghold portal. And the stronghold portal is, I don't know, we'd have to find a way to dynamically set the difficulty of it, but it's tough. And it randomly spawns however many strongholds there are. One of the 18 strongholds for you to go do as a dungeon with some twists, and it's different and it's timed, and you get rewards if you complete it no matter what, and then if you complete it in a certain time, you get better rewards, and there's new bosses, and it's not static. like sometimes there's twists and turns for each of the different maps on something that got really lucky or something that got really unlucky that kind of screwed you over. But it's something where you can't just memorize exactly how to do it. That might be a version 2 of the stronghold idea, but I'd have to think about it for a week straight about what to actually implement.
Having goblins be more likely to drop uniques and more odds of a unique dropping to become Fists of Fate. That's going to like hyper tailor your experience to get, lots of Fists of Fate to drop. Now, lastly, we got some quality of life stuff, in the interface. So you can like reset your passive tree for some cost. Maybe you can even have separate, let us have wardrobe setups for different configurations. Maybe you want your pit passive tree setup and your nightmare dungeon passive tree setup, whatever the case. You got your keyword search up here, so you can find like all the goblin nodes if you want to, do a crazy goblin build. So that's basically the system, folks. We're progressing our tree. We're working towards pinnacle bosses. We're customizing our endgame experience all on top of our existing power progression systems. This right here, this is the kind of thing I've always meant when talking about a meta progression system. And what's important here is to look at the big picture ideas. Let's not get bogged down in details. This is just a concept. We can tweak whatever. Let's not overlook the forest for the trees here. Because in my opinion, something like this would keep me playing the game longer, because even if I feel strong enough and don't feel like I'm making much progress in my character power, my tree will be progressing, and I'll still have pinnacle bosses to chase. I'll feel like I'm making meaningful choices in what endgame activities I pick based on the rare and legendary whispers that are spawning. Maybe I'm going to want to avoid some of them. Maybe I'll want to chase towards them. And I'll feel like everything is tied towards some greater purpose. But I turn the question to you folks. What do you think of this kind of system? Do you not want to see this kind of system in D4? And if so, why not? And what kind of additions do you want to see the devs make in Diablo 4? Sound off in the comments. Because that's going to wrap up this video. Be sure to also check out my...
Nice job, CJ. I've always respected CJ. I think he's a great speaker. He's a great ambassador. All right, if you want to leave him a like and a comment, guys, here's the video. Again, CJ knows that I'm a pretty feisty person, but I know I've worked with CJ a lot over the years. I know CJ would sit down with me and we could argue about it for a long time about how to make things better, but that would be an enjoyable conversation. If there's one person who knows how feisty I am, it's definitely CJ. Which is not necessarily a good thing. That's not like a compliment to me. In fact, I would say it's more of an insult, actually. CJ is usually a lot more composed than I am. I'm much more unhinged. Which does not always pay off, by the way. Yeah. Well, here we are, boys. Oh, here's CJ. He just sent me a heart. Was he watching? Was CJ watching? Is CJ here? I don't know. He sent me a heart. Maybe he saw my comment or something. He said he popped in for the last minute. Nice. Yeah, we watched the whole thing, man. Nice ideas, man. Yeah, guys, there's a lot of games that a lot of you are suggesting that I've never played. But yeah, there's a lot of games that have been suggested to me. In fact, I actually own a lot of them. One of these days, I have to actually play through Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I have to make it through. Played back Black Myth Wukong. Claire is easily game of the year, like by far. Cyberpunk, I love this game, man. Cyberpunk is so fun. Elden Ring, obviously one of the greatest games ever. Night Rain comes out tomorrow. What else do I have? I've heard Ghosts of Tsushima is amazing. Never played it. I've heard Hades is one of the greatest games ever. By the way, people keep telling me to play Hero Siege. I did play it only for an hour though. It was fun. Lies of P. People say this is arguably the best combat in a Souls game except for Sekiro. Love Lost Ark. I played it for 1,000 hours, by the way. No Rest for the Wicked is going to be awesome on the actual launch. Ori. People say Ori is God tier. Haven't played that yet. Just played through Red Dead Redemption. Loved that. People say this is one of the greatest games ever. Slormancer, played that for 66 hours. Starfield, everyone says this is the greatest game of all time. Yeah, there's a lot of games that I should play. Oh, I already beat everything in Outriders. I beat everything. Yeah, CJ says he's down to talk. You guys want to talk with CJ real quick? My nose itches, man. All right. Blood God, thanks for the son of Bob and Dutch. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. All right, let's talk to CJ. I'm going to call him here.
Yellow.
CJ, can you hear me?
I can hear you 5x5. How you doing, Rax?
I'm good. I know you're way too low. Let me turn you. I'm gonna turn you up to max. See how people like that one. I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, doing well, doing well. You sound like you're in wonderful spirits.
A- As usual, I was joking with my chat earlier. Someone said in my chat, does nobody ever give feedback to Diablo 4, or does no one like deliver tough messages to them? And I was like, guys, if there's someone who will just go to one of those meetings and just speak their mind, believe me, it's me.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. So, a lot of times I see comments, people being like, like you guys, the like content creators, you should, pass on these messages to the devs. And it's like, dude, we have lines of communication, and Rax always does a wonderful job of delivering, hard hitting feedback. You don't hold punches, but you're always diplomatic about it. And there's things that sometimes they need to hear, right? I'm not a bad news kind of guy. You're a like a good cop, bad cop. But you're good at diplomatically, not like rage bait inducing, because some people are like that. And that's not the way to deliver a message. But you keep your composure, but you can deliver the bad news.
Hi, good cop, bad cop. That's such a funny way to describe it. Yeah, I feel like, you don't know what, CJ, what I really feel like. I feel like you and I are like, you even more than me, which is a compliment. We're like dinosaurs of this franchise or of the ARPGs. I feel like I've been doing this for like 200 years. I feel like I need a pill calendar and like a blanket, and I just need to like watch Price is Right reruns, because I feel like I'm too old for this shit at this point.
I'm too old for this shit is a very apt summation of we yeah. Oh man. What are
So,
you feeling hopeful or hype about these days, if not D4?
well, I mean, that's a tough question. um, um, well, I think the thing that's happened for me a lot lately is there's been like a lot of like in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of surprise like amazing games. Like, did you play the Claire
Mm.
game at all?
I haven't had it. So that game has been on my list since I first saw the trailer like a year or two ago. I saw that you loved that game. I'm really happy that you're branching out, that you're no longer chained to Diablo and you've been trying other games.
So yeah, so what a lot of people don't know about me, which is probably true for literally everybody, is I play all different kinds of games. I just don't stream them. So the only change for me is I'm playing them on stream. But I played racing games, strategy games, RPGs, MMO. I play fighting games. The first tournament I ever won was a fighting game. I play card games. I even play mobile games that aren't pay to win. I'm just a huge loser. So I play all of these games. I just don't stream them. But yeah, dude, that Claire game is like top 10 all time, any genre, any platform. That game is so much better than probably every game that I played since Elden Ring, to be honest.
That's fantastic. I'm really glad that you're able to now stream other content. I think something that a lot of people don't understand, um, you know, a lot of our viewers will be like, well, just, stream what you want to play. And it's like, yeah, I'm running a muffin shop and suddenly I don't like muffins anymore and I want to make cupcakes. But like, my customers are here for muffins, you know. So I'm glad that you've arrived at a position now where you recognize that your viewers love you for you, and you can go stream other games, and they're gonna stick with you.
I mean, that's very nice of you to say, CJ. But yeah, I mean, you know everything about content creation at this point. Like, variety streaming is where streamers go to die, right? That's it. It like never works for even for like. So it's like 1 in 100 to be a successful streamer, and then for the 1 in 100 successful streamer, it's like 1 in 100 for them to be able to literally log in and play whatever they want or do whatever they want and be successful. Me personally, I don't really I don't really think that I'm there like at all, but it doesn't matter, right? Like at a certain point when you do this long enough, if you aren't happy, if you aren't passionate about what you're doing anymore, that will also kill your stream. So at a
Absolutely.
certain point you got to YOLO it, right?
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And I would say you're actually uh undershooting the 1 in 100. I think the odds of becoming a successful streamer are far beyond that. Like I've seen the insane grind that you have done, right, over the years. Uh a lot of people, they not to discourage people from streaming, but I say if you're gonna stream, do it for fun. Because if you want to do it for a job, you got to be prepared to sacrifice like this guy did over here. He has you guys. I don't know how well you have communicated to your community the absolute sacrifice for years that you have done to arrive at the success you have very well deserved.
Well, if I'm ever having a bad day, I know who I'm going to call. I'm going to call CJ. No, I appreciate that, man, but I mean, it's it's been all of us, right? It's not a me thing. And you want to know the thing that makes me a little bit disheartened? Like I don't want to name I would love to name names, but I also don't want to name names because there are a lot of great streamers who are very funny, very well spoken, have godly ideas, they're great players, where their streams just don't take off like I think that they should. And they're even working hard. So like I don't really know. There's like I think part of it's got to be luck, like right place, right time, like certain other like exterior factors. But I feel like there's a lot of smaller streamers that don't get the credit that they deserve. You know what I mean?
You're absolutely correct, and that's part of the reason that I again I don't want to discourage people from going into streaming, but like both of us we've seen so many extremely talented and hardworking people that for all intents and purposes you'd think they deserve to and they have everything it takes to blow up, and it just doesn't happen. And it's a fickle thing, and that's why I consider myself every day so incredibly fortunate that I'm in a position to do this full time because there's so many people out there that don't get that opportunity, that the things don't align for them. Um, yeah.
Fickle is a godly word for it. Okay, so look, let me ask you something because I just watched your video and there was something that you said at the beginning that I was genuinely curious if you had like an answer to, or if this like dynamically changes for you season to season. But the whole premise of your video was, how do you make Diablo 4 more exciting to play over time? You said at a certain point you reach like the burnout where it's not fun to play anymore. Like not trying to incriminate you or anything, but how
Yeah.
how fast does that happen for you in a season? Like how long does it take for you to be like, okay, this is the same thing, and oh, yep, I'm bored. Yep, I'm bored already.
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's just it happened to me with D3 after years. And I think the more exposed to a game, you are, and the less things change in the game, the faster that burnout happens for me. D4, it sort of depended season to season. Season 7, I burnt out on fast because the progression was just so fast. And so I just rapidly reached that point of exhaustion. It was exacerbated by just so much stuff dropping constantly that it just felt like a chore. But I think maybe a month-ish, like by a month, I'm pretty tapped out, I think, in general in D4. D3, by the end of its life, it was like maybe it got to a point where it was like a week, maybe 2 weeks max. And not to criticize D3, again, it's a game that, that team of like three dudes did amazing work with the resources allocated to them to keep that game, alive and even thriving in its final seasons. Well, sorry, it's still going, obviously, but you know what we mean. Um, but yeah, it's funny because I reached this inflection point of the amount of effort and grind needed for chasing the reward just isn't worth it anymore. And that's why I never knew how guys like you and Woody and all like the super blasters would keep going over that hump and put in all that time to keep going. I mean, D3 kept you chasing far longer than D4. What do you think D3 had that D4 doesn't?
Yeah, like for me, I would say everything for me is a little bit flip flopped from what you described. So D3, a lot of times I was actually playing on that final Sunday right before the season launched, and a lot of people said like, "Wow, Rax doesn't have anything to do. He just plays D3 all day." Like, of course, he's playing on the very last day of the season. But the thing that motivated me was the leaderboards. Like, I had made all of these really tough characters, and getting a rank 1 clear is almost impossible for so many reasons. Like, the number one reason by far is everybody cheats, right? Everybody bots Paragon. Even if I played that much, I wouldn't have anywhere near perfect gear, but all the botters had perfect gear. All the botters had like 2,000 greater if keys a day, and I had to farm them before I could even attempt to burn 99% of the keys. But it was just constantly trying to take rank 1 away from the cheaters and the botters on the leaderboards was enough of a motivation for me to keep playing. It was literally that. If you took that away from me, like, you could make a full character in like a reasonable full character without the Paragon definitely in a single day, and then almost all of it would have faded for me. But in Diablo 4, I'm genuinely shocked to hear that you can actually, it sounds like you can have fun for a month. What happens for me is I leveled to 60 in 3 hours and 30 minutes, and then I slapped some basic legendaries on it within another hour. I'm already able to farm Torment 1, here I am. And then I'm already like there. Like, I'm talking like 5 hours into day 1, I'm already like, well, I'm already Paragon 300. Like, I could grind to Paragon 300, but why would I do that? Because Paragon 243, I believe it's 243, is about where you get all of your glyphs maxed at the max radius. But Paragon 243 is only 1/10 of the experience to 300. So, and with the board limitation, all you're doing with the other points is just picking up some of the rare nodes and some of the additive damage on the boards, which essentially adds nothing to your character. So I'm genuinely sitting there after I've already made 50 or 60 100s, 5 hours into the first day, and I'm just like, I mean, there's no leaderboards, there's nothing competitive. Every single class can hit for billions, if not trillions. I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, what what exactly what exactly am I doing here? And it's very hard for me to answer that question.
Yeah, that is the daunting question, that as soon as a game is meant to captivate you and basically trick you into spending your time in it. And once you reach the point of self-awareness of what am I doing? Why am I spending my time on this? It's the magic's done and it's broken.
Right. So, like, for example, this is the PTR. So they give you everything, which is good. So I don't have like perfect rolls or everything, but I got the right pieces. I made my Hydra Sorcerer. I slapped together my own build, didn't copy anybody's build. And, I've made builds before. I know how to make builds. So there's got to be some synergy. There's some logic to my build. It should work. I casted my first Hydra. The first head of the first Hydra hit for 3 billion. So I'm like, okay, well, so that is good enough to beat all content in the game except for pit pushing, which has no official leaderboard. I'm just like, I could have done this certainly with way, way worse gear. Like, I don't need to hit for 3 billion per Hydra head to clear all Torment 4 content in the game. I could take off a couple of zeros and still do that. So it's just like, I could so quickly in the very first day obsolete all content except pit pushing, and it's just like I don't know, man. It's like, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. Like, I would love for Diablo 4 to flourish and Blizzard to rise to power, but with the current state of the game, it's hard for me to play past day 1. So how can you explain to me, what is your mentality to play for a month? How do you do it? Teach me your ways.
Yeah, it's fair. So, man, the shift for me happened many years ago at this point. Back in the D3 days, so I've never been like, Rax levels of blasting and taking the game seriously, but I used to take, gaming a lot more seriously. And then I reached a point in D3 where I couldn't find the fun anymore. I got burnt out. I think there was some season in D3 where I was streaming and I could not play the game. I literally put up footage of me playing in the past while I was streaming and talking about the game because I was so done with it. And I had to change my mentality and basically become far more casual so that I wouldn't burn out. Because I feel like there's a certain number of hours of fun that you can get out of a season. And so you can either front load that and, do it all in the first couple of days. Everyone has a different number, right? Some people get more fun than others. Or you can spread that out over time. And so I learned to kind of spread that out a bit more, which changed my relationship with the game. And, I would maybe do some things that aren't the most effective and efficient way to play the game, just so that I can smell the roses a bit more and stretch out that fun a bit. So yeah, when I say I get a month of fun out of D4, it's not a month of fun playing every day for 8 hours. When the game launches, I like to kind of go hard for my first character. And then after week one, I'm like entering casual mode where I'll play like maybe 3 days a week, maybe a couple extra days, maybe. But I'm like making multiple characters, multiple builds, just kind of reliving that zero to hero journey. Because for me, it's always about the feeling of progression. It's as long as I see that I'm kind of, because I like the base combat, I like the base gameplay, because that's enjoyable to me, then add in a reward structure of a carrot to chase, as long as it doesn't feel like an exorbitant amount of work to keep chasing that carrot. It keeps tricking me into having a good time, basically.
Okay, so this brings up a philosophical question that I'm really unsure about. Like, I'm not sure if I'm like, is there an actual problem with me, or am I doing the right thing, or is there no right thing, or am I getting gaslighted here, or, but so a lot of people will tell me, I've heard this comment at least 1,000 times in the last 2 years, and maybe with D3, maybe with any ARPG, and they say that if I don't have fun in the ARPG, it's completely my fault. And the reason why it's my fault is because of how I choose to play the game. So, one thing for me is I would I would play the game the same way as if I wasn't a streamer. Like, I wasn't a streamer for most of my life. I played games the same way. What I would do is I would go to work on that Friday, and then I'd come home, I'd take a nap, I'd order a pizza, I'd wake up, I'd buy 4 Red Bulls, I'd take maybe the Monday and the Tuesday off of work, and from Friday night until Tuesday, I would just ultimate blast anything, any new season of Diablo 2 ladder, anything. Like, we're just going ham here. And people say that me playing the game like that, or wanting to enjoy the game like that, and wanting the game to still have something for me at the end of those few days, is so unreasonable, and it leads to bad game design, that not only am I wrong for how I play it, but I'm also actively making the game worse for making any suggestions that there should be more to do after that kind of an excursion, because normal people would never play that way. So just philosophically on that idea, so as seeing as how like you used to be like more of a blaster and now you've swapped to a casual mode, what do you think about that? Do you think that the blasters and the ones who really want to invest a shitload of time into these games, do you think they're playing wrong and they actively like have unreasonable expectations and make the game worse?
Well, first off, I don't think anyone is, playing wrong, quote unquote. I think anyone can choose to engage with entertainment in whatever way they want to, and different people will enjoy things in different ways. And I think, as you've highlighted, it's not because you're a streamer that you play the way you play, and there are plenty, plenty, plenty of non-streamers that blast like you blast. So you are representing some segment of the community that does exist, some segment of the player base that does exist. I would argue you are a minority, yes, but you are representing other people that aren't just the streamers and the content creators that do this for a job, right? I know a lot of non-streamers that play the game far more than I do, for instance. Is it unreasonable to think that every game ought to be everything for everyone? Yes. Does this mean ARPGs are not for you? Not necessarily. A very quick question, like, are there other ARPGs that do fulfill you? Like Path of Exile, for instance.
I can play POE1 like 20 hours a day for a month and just want to, like, I'm still hungry. I just still want to blast, for example.
Bingo. So it's not about the genre itself, right? So it's not that ARPGs are not for you, because you've highlighted one of, if not the top ARPG of the past, decade or forever, and that is able to hook you and keep you. One thing I'm wondering is it possible to have an ARPG that caters to both the blasters and the casual players? And the more and more, I kind of was reaching this realization around season 7. Season 7 of Diablo 4, I felt made things unfun for me, and I'm not even a blaster, just because it was just too much too fast. But it was a big win for the player base that has less time, and it made me start to wonder, like, is it even possible to reach a point where the game could make both camps happy, or do we need something drastic, like a literal, Path of Exile added, gosh, what was their super hard mode called again?
Ruthless.
Ruthless. Obviously, that was not received well, but Ruthless was made for a player base that was a minority. But if we had some kind of server split in D4 where progression was slow on one end and fast on the other, I don't think it would help in your case, because your issues with D4 seem much more systemic. But I don't know any other way to make an ARPG that's going to cater to people that have very little time and people that want to absolutely blast.
You know, one, obviously we've both been in these conversations a million times, like whether it's with the community, it's on forums, it's on Reddit, it's in the Maxwell meetings, it's in the Maxwell forums, it's on streams, it's on YouTube, it's in Discord, it's in meetings. Like, I think that one thing that's kind of a mystery to me is I think the community imagines that there's some kind of barrier. And there's a barrier between like the blasters and the casuals where we want very, very different things. It's like, as a blaster, I don't really need much except for something on the tail end to chase after. So, like D3, there are very few games where you can power up faster than D3. I think the fastest 1 to 70 I ever had fresh season start was 17 minutes. Starting
Mhm.
level 1 with nothing, I'm level 70 in 17 minutes with no power level. It's like, so you can get geared up instantly, but I could still play that game for 3 months because there was a leaderboard. There was something competitive at the end. And it's just like, I think like this whole idea that casuals and blasters want completely separate, unique things within the game is kind of a myth. There are some differences, but at the end of the day, like, I actually feel like the Diablo 4 community has never been like more unified in their opinion than they are now, but the state of the game now is almost identical to when it was way back then when the blasters were upset. It's just the casuals have chewed through the content enough now that they just
Hmm.
reached the same point just at a slower pace. So they had more fun, which is great for them. Like, I don't want to take that away from them. But I think there's this whole like, I think a lot of people have this opinion that they're like two entirely different species of humans that want completely different things, and I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Yeah, it's a great point. Oftentimes, the things that the blasters are quote complaining about, it's just stuff that every time I use the word casual, people complain that it's no, okay, non-blasters, right? The non-blasters eventually run into those same problems. It just could take perhaps months or seasons or years later. And again, the real separation between blasters and non-blasters is just time. That's the barrier, if you will. And so generally the things that the blasters are asking to be added to the game, it's stuff that's going to keep them playing. And it goes back to me saying that there's a certain number of hours of fun that you can get out of an ARPG in a season, and depending on how quickly you burn through those hours for a non-blaster, that might take them the whole season. So they're not going to reach the point of realizing, oh, we need something more that the blasters feel after like day two. This is compounded by the issue that there's also, apart from blaster and non-blaster, there's also like the people that want to play this one game for 3 months and the people that want to just clock in 2 weeks and then leave. Like they want to be done in 2 weeks. They want to get everything done. And so if you want to add more stuff for them to do, they're like, hell no, I want to go move on to other games, ignore this for 3 months and come back at the start of the next season. And that is another complicating factor, because how do we add content for those of us who want to keep playing this game for longer without alienating the people that are going to be like, oh, it takes too long to get all this stuff? Because time and again with D4, that's what we see is anytime any kind of aspirational goal is added, there is a vast majority of people that complain that this is too hard, make it faster, make it easier. The devs listen, and then once again, there's nothing for the blasters to do.
So that last concept actually really surprises me, because in the it it's weird because the statements that we hear don't always match up with the output that we get. So the things that I have heard directly from Blizzard is they want people to play Diablo 4. If it was up to them, like I don't think ARPGs in general are cyclical. So it's not probably a game where you just blast endlessly and you don't play any other games. It's not like that. But I've been asked the direct question multiple times. How do we get people playing Diablo 4 more? So I really have spent very little time even considering how do we speed up Diablo 4 so everybody else can move on and play other games. Like, I'm sure that demographic exists. They just want to log in for a weekend and then they don't want to touch it again for 3 months. But I don't do a lot of people spend $100 on a AAA game with the idea of, I don't want to play this game very much, I need to get in and get out of here? Like, I don't know. But then at the same time, like you said, Blizzard has touched they've touched the same systems so many times. Like, how many different ways have we had for leveling up, and how many times have they said, oh, we're leveling up too fast, or we're leveling up too slow. Oh, now we're leveling up too fast. Yeah, it's too fast again, or too slow. It's just like, I don't know. It's so confusing in that I think they want people to play Diablo. I would imagine that most people who buy Diablo want to play Diablo, but then the changes that I see don't always resonate with any concrete idea for one or the other.
Yeah, it's tough. So man, if I were to hazard a guess, actually, on the topic of people that buy the game, want to play the game, if so, this is part of the reason why I think it actually would not be a good idea for Blizzard as a business to make Diablo 4 free to play, and that's because if I were to guess, like 50% or more of the player base who bought D4 played through the campaign, maybe dabbled a bit in the end game, and then we're just done, and we're content customers. They just want to play a story RPG, experience the story, and they don't need to go play seasons and make multiple characters and do all that. That's a subset of the ARPG community that I don't even think constitutes the majority of the people that buy the base game at launch. That's my guess. That's my thinking. And so you got a game that's catered to those, one-time purchasers, one-time players who are going to be perfectly happy and leave, and a game that also needs to cater to the people that want infinite content endlessly for every season. Um, Secondly, about a year ago, I released my most unpopular video ever, probably, where I tried to tackle the topic of whether ARPGs have a problem from the perspective of Last Epoch,
I
which
remember that
launched.
video.
Yeah, I had to eat crow, man, because a lot of people, because I was positing that I just want an ARPG to be able to sustain me for 3 months. Not that it forces me to play. I think a lot of people were like, oh, like you want like daily login rewards. I'm like, that's not at all my point. But a lot of people were like, no, I want to be done in 2 weeks. Don't add more shit to the game for me to have to keep playing for longer. And I'm like, okay, that's the Vox Populi, man. The majority of people do want to be done within a reasonable amount of time and move on to other games. And like I want to be a one game Andy. I like to just have one game dominate most of my time. I could have some side games, right? But like I like to just have the comfort of logging into my one game every day and have enough content and fun to keep me going for more than, in your case, a day, in my case, a month, whatever it may be.
So that, I mean, I guess the difficulty that I'm having understanding here is I don't understand how adding more depth to the game, that's the key word that the campfire was enjoying, so let's use it here. I don't understand how adding more depth to the game really ever hurts somebody. It's very hard for me to understand. So I've been in a situation now playing a couple of different ARPGs where, like, I'll give you an example. Last month, I was playing Last Epoch. I was having a lot of fun. I was blasting. And then No Rest for the Wicked came out, and I was by no means done with playing Last Epoch. Like, I wanted to make more characters. I wanted to kill Uber Aberoth on other characters, da 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 da. And I said, well, there's more for me to do here. I would really like to do it. I guess there's a little bit of fear of missing out, but right now for me, it's going to be more fun to go play the brand new release of No Rest for the Wicked, and then maybe I'll come back to Last Epoch later. I don't understand how people feel like they have to hit some kind of finish line. Gaming is just supposed to be fun, and when you're 2 weeks into the Diablo 4 season and you're not done, but another option comes out that is just a higher level of fun, you just switch to it. So how does building the content beyond what you can complete quickly hurt them? Like that kind of psychology makes zero sense to me, and I would probably never design my game around it.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me. What's the logic there? If you bought Diablo 4 just for the campaign, by the way, other than the camel quest, I think well, okay, the expansion campaign people hated because there was no conclusion to it and you fought Mephisto's dog, whatever. But the base campaign, at least, was actually a pretty good experience. But if you don't care about, it's supposed to be a live service game. Blizzard, arguably, I don't know my history. You're better at that. You're more of a historian than I am. As far as I know, Blizzard invented the ladder and they invented the seasons in ARPGs. It's like,
True. Yeah.
this is the franchise that invented this. So it's like, if you don't want to engage with that, that's fine. But a lot of people who have been playing this game for 20 years, this franchise for 20 years, this is what they do. Now all of a sudden, this is not what we should do. I don't know, man. I don't know. That doesn't make much sense to me.
So here's something that I struggle to find an answer to, and that's why is it that Path of Exile can get away with adding pinnacle content in the game, and the player base is content with not achieving it, understanding that there's super challenging content in the game that is just beyond them. And maybe if they thought they really, put in an effort, they can achieve it. But that they can be content ending a league in POE without having, checked off all of that pinnacle content. And yet in Diablo 4, the player base just cannot abide that. Uber Lilith has to be conquerable. Everything needs to be achievable by everyone. Can you answer that? Is PoE doing something different to make that pinnacle content more palatable as something unattainable, or is it just that the player base is different?
I think something that is happening here, like the player base within themselves, and I think our communities are not entire. In fact, I know they're not entirely different because every time I go to my Twitch dashboard or if I go to my YouTube dashboard, it says, "Guess who? Guess who your viewers also watch? They watch Woody and they watch Riker." So there's obviously there's a massive overlap there, but. I do think there is a little bit of a difference in terms of I think even more casual people watch your content and maybe a little bit more of blasters watch mine. So I think that my audience is my audience expects to kill Uber Lilith. My audience expects to, more so than yours, expects to kill the pinnacle bosses in PoE. One thing about the PoE pinnacle bosses is a lot of them occur after the tier 16 mapping system. Like a lot of people
Hmm.
move very far into that mapping system and then they go fight them. And it's just a lot to chew through. So a lot of them never even reach it. I had some people in my community send me a Discord message or Discord messages after I played my first league where I got like, 5 mirrors worth of gear because the league was insane on how much currency there was. And I had massive help from chat. Like every time I stepped left when I should have stepped right, everyone's screaming, no, 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 Rax, do this. They're like, you have a whole chat yelling at you, solving all your problems. You learn pretty quickly. But I had a lot of people message me say, Rax, I can't believe the character that you made. I've been playing this game like for 10 years. I've never had a character like that. It was just because I'm a loser and everybody was helping me, right? So people that are super veterans of this game, that love this game, that play every season, they don't even get that far because it's challenging. It's challenging to make a character that can go in and fight Maven. Maven is not free unless you're like a really good player. So I think part of it is the structure. I think part of it is, as you said, demographic audience differences. But when I think you design a game where every single person logging in should be able to complete every single thing that you make, I think you're setting yourself up for failure every single time.
That's fair. That's fair. So to bring up the system in the video that you watched earlier, what if that system only came online once you reached Torment 4? And I mentioned like 4 or 5 pinnacle bosses. What if they were like, equivalent pit level 100, 120, 130, 150, and maybe the last one was like a 170 equivalent pit or whatever, mess with the numbers, but just make them ridiculous challenges. Do you think that would be a better implementation?
No, I don't. I think so. Contrary to popular belief, I I understand that the whatever you want to call it, the non-blaster, the average, the casual gamer experience is mostly the life force of a game. I think that your idea, like this happens with any idea, as I explained as we watched the video in my chat. But you start off with an idea, and you and I, with Woody and the Maxwell team, could sit there for a week and argue about it. And at the end of that week, the final version of the idea that we have would be, a lot better, right? Because
Absolutely.
you just brainstorm and you get a ton of godly ideas. No, I don't think you turn it on only in Torment 4. The only thing that I would turn on in Torment 4 is like something like the pinnacle bosses in PoE ones. If you have something outrageously difficult, I think you have to design most of the systems where everyone can get into it and have fun. I just need the difficulty to ramp. I need the rewards to be something very, very interesting and chaseable. I don't want plus 10 ether in the infernal hordes. What I want is I want a title that actually is super hard to get. I want a mount that's like a flying fire breathing dragon. I want to glow where I beat the final pinnacle boss, like in Diablo 2, if you have the full Tal Rasha set. I want something like that. It doesn't even have to be tangible. It doesn't have to be like, or it doesn't have to be correlated to player power, as you said. It could be meta progression. But no, I'm not in favor of spending a ton of time designing systems that alienate a huge portion of the player base, like starting it in Torment 4.
Fair. So I'd always held that leaderboards was something. So I personally am not a competitive player. I don't care about leaderboards for myself, but I've always cared about them for players like you. Even though I believe that only a minority of players really care to push leaderboards, I think there's something very important for the community. And like I think there's systems in a game that even if they don't appeal to most players, they're still good for the game and good for the health of the game. And I think leaderboards keeping people like you engaged, especially people who are going to then stream and people will want to watch. I think this is all very good for the health of the game. So I've always been very much in favor of leaderboards coming to D4. So let's say D4 had leaderboards and then also had something like the system, obviously workshopped more, but whatever best implementation of the system that you saw in the video today, would that be enough to keep you playing D4 for longer? Or do you feel that there's just systemic issues that are going to bog everything down and stop you from finding the fun regardless?
There's a systemic issue that's bogging me down where your system and the leaderboards probably would not be enough in the current game. I'll give you an example. In World of Warcraft, the race to world first, that leaderboard means something. If you get gladiator in PvP, you get the gladiator title, it means something. In Diablo 3, if you're rank 1, it means something. If you're rank 1 in the pit, I would argue it means borderline nothing. And the reason why it means nothing is because there is zero skill to exude, almost zero. All you do is run forward through 2 floors. You get some density. You hammer your perfect geared character that hits for 4 trillion damage a second, and then you just stand and fight the boss until it dies and try to beat it with 1 second remaining. The amount of skill required to do that is almost zero. So what the leaderboards to me would be almost equivalent to a mobile game leaderboards. It's whoever played the most or whoever RMT'd the best gear would win. If we go to Diablo 3, if you give me like an average geared whirlwind barb with the correct pieces at Paragon 1000, and you give some random Jim Bob a godly geared whirlwind barb at Paragon 2000, I would bet a very large sum of money that I will crush him in GRs. Because you have to understand the map, you have to understand mobs, you have to understand pulling, you have to understand pixel stomping, you have to understand area damage rending, you have to understand pylon spawning and how it works exactly, and how to conduit down 6 elites, and how you spawn a power pylon for the boss. Now, when you explain all these things, 99% of the population says, what Rax just described, if that was in Diablo 4, I would not play the game, and I hate that. I understand that, because it's a competitive thing, and casuals don't want to do that. However, the reason why, the answer to your question is there a systemic problem? Yes, because there's nothing to attach leaderboards to. They would need to attach leaderboards to something that actually demonstrates some skill for me to be interested in playing it. So it's not like the whole game has to be like that, but the thing that you attach a leaderboard to has to be skillful. Otherwise, it's just a mobile game leaderboard for whoever RMT'd the best triple affix gear.
Yeah, well said. Are you in favor of trade in general?
I like trade in general because people like trading. Again, if I was in charge of making a game, I don't want to take away core systems that people love. I think the way you solve trading is easy. You just make an SSF mode. How Diablo 4 doesn't have an SSF mode is beyond me. Let the people who want to trade, and let the people who want to play solo have their own solo world. I don't understand. I would not take out trading out of the game because so many people love it.
Now, would you be more in favor of an SSF mode or implementing something like Last Epoch has with the two little guilds, the trade guild and the non-trade guild?
I think Last Epoch system is absolutely brilliant. It just further reinforces your choice, right? Like you can make the choice to play SSF or trade, but they actually built entire systems around your decision. They let you swap between it. I mean, I can target farm very well with prophecies in SSF and actually build out my character without ever inviting someone to my party. Most people, I think, play solo, so that system is amazing. And it adds depth to your choice in a meaningful way with great rewards that's not that hard to learn. So I think that implementation is awesome.
All right, so some form of SSF, be it literal SSF or uh, whatever faction based, um, would help. But then there's the core gameplay. Can pits in D4 be changed to be more like Greater Rifts in D3? Or there are just issues with like core math and area damage and all that that just make it that they'll never have the same level of depth and strategy from a skill and knowledge and tactical base that D3 had.
It's exactly as you said. There are multiple systemic issues that are not present in the pit, right? Like the variance from one run of the pit to the other is so low that you're always getting the exact same thing, right? And another problem is it might not even be literally like the system itself, it's the magnitude of the math, as you just said. Like I made a hydra sorcerer, the hydra head shoots for 3 billion damage a shot. It's
Hmm.
like Diablo 4 would have to do a colossal pass on smashing these numbers down where we have to stop hitting for billions. We have to stop hitting for trillions on every single build. People like we throw that number around like it's nothing. The difference between a billion and a trillion, if you look at it like
Yeah.
as an infographic or whatever, is outrageous. Like, but it's just nothing. Oh, we hit for 34 trillion. Oh, we hit for 2 billion. It's like those numbers aren't even close to each other. Um, they, it's just we need a lot of things. We need a massive mathematical balance patch. We need systemic changes in order for there to be variance to exude skill. I I think it's a lot of major changes needed to get to this point, which I would at this point understand if Blizzard doesn't even want to go down that rabbit hole and doesn't even want to tackle it, because it is a huge undertaking that's not easy to do, very easy to mess up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it almost feels, well, I would think it would be more of a D5 thing, but then again, we see the devs continue to basically reinvent D4 almost season over, or I think half the seasons have been reworked seasons at this point.
Yeah, I mean, did you play? Did you play in this PTR? Did you like one of the pieces of feedback that I wrote down, and I did not mean this in an evil negative way. It's just my honest feedback. When did you log in and try it at all?
A little bit. I've been having a lot of issues of like getting disconnected or like everything stops responding and then I gotta close the game and then when I try to reboot it for like 5 times, it tells me my character hasn't saved. So it's been a bit of a struggle, but I'm getting there.
Have you done one of the 3 chain nightmare dungeons yet?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So the line that I wrote down here, so this is the rework of Nightmare Dungeons, is escalating Nightmare Dungeons is indistinguishable from regular Nightmare Dungeons. Did you feel like you were doing something different when you did the escalating dungeons?
So I think I did 2 of them. I'm concerned about the Astaroth fight at the end getting old fast. One thing I noticed was, oh, like I picked up one node, I guess, that made like obol chests spawn. So I was like, oh, that's something different. I think that's the only difference I really noticed, that it was like, oh, a bunch of obol chests to click on in this dungeon. But that might just be the same thing as a regular Nightmare dungeon, to be honest. They just updated all the affixes.
Yeah, so I saw that. So I saw that there was a sapphire chest in my escalating dungeon, and I opened it, and there were some sapphires in there. I was like, okay, there's a they put a treasure chest in here that drops sapphires. There were Herodric chests, and when I opened them, they were just bugged. I just got an error toolkit
Yeah,
missing info. I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay, can't do that. I didn't find. I was looking around. I didn't find any of the secret entrances yet. But the secret
Oh wait, you've
entrances,
not found a stronghold?
is that what they're called? Strongholds?
Sorry, strong room. You haven't found a Herodric strong room?
I haven't. And they said
Oh,
that, are they fun?
they're more interesting. They're kind of like root holds, but they're the re-implementation of root holds in a better way. So like at the start, you have like 5 choices to make. You pick 3 of the 5, I think, to kind of customize your run. It's kind of like this hybrid of Undercity plus maybe Gauntlet. It's a little different. It doesn't feel like a Nightmare dungeon. It feels like something different. Whether that's, enough to justify is a different question, but it did give me the reaction of, oh well, this is different.
Yeah. So I'll have to jump in and try that. When they said that they modeled it off the Gauntlet, and the two things that come to mind that they implemented that people didn't really like were the Gauntlet and the Abattoir of Seer. So I was very surprised to hear that they said, "Yeah, we took massive inspiration from the Gauntlet." I was like, "Isn't that the thing that everybody didn't like?" I was like, that didn't inspire warm fuzzy feelings, if I must admit.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they even brought up the connection to the Gauntlet at all. In fairness, I think if they hadn't, I'm not sure people would even make the connection. It doesn't feel very related. Like, I can kind of squint and be like, okay, I see it, but yeah.
So what's next for you, man? Like what are you up to these days? What is really piquing your interest? Are you going to be blasting? Are you still blasting Diablo 4 now? Are you going to be playing Season 9? Are you looking forward to other games? What are you up to?
Generally, once PTR goes out, the season is done for me because it's pretty hard to go back to the previous season once I've tried the new one. Yeah, so I'm playing PTR a bit. Not as much as I thought I would be, but that's partially because of the issues in uh, just getting disconnected frequently. I saw maybe it's a DLSS issue. I do have DLSS enabled, so maybe I got a futz with that. Also, I wanted to test the progression, but like things are sort of disabled, so it's not clear how I'm supposed to exactly farm up these things before 60, or whether it's gonna be a different situation. So that kind of took the wind out of my sails a bit there. It does seem like, yeah, the fastest is gonna be once again campaign leveling, which I would rather not do. But yeah. So outside of that, I'm just kind of bouncing between games. I finally got to try, jump back into No Rest for the Wicked, which I hadn't had a chance to do in a long time. Um, always hyped for that game and what it's building up. I'm really looking forward to the multiplayer of No Rest for the Wicked. I was a little sad that they couldn't get that ready for this, because I think that's what's really needed to explode the game in popularity. I think once they get co-op in, I think they'll be able to really, yeah, advance there in the scene.
Yeah, I think No Rest for the Wicked is a great game. I had a chance to talk with Thomas from their studio, and he seems very confident that not only the multiplayer but the next couple of content patches that they have are actually insane. So he seemed very hyped and passionate about it. He said if you like what we have so far, the stuff that's coming next is significantly better. So I will certainly be checking that out when it drops.
Awesome. And we got some great, PoE1 news coming up. We got a surprise big PoE2 patch. So, we're eating good. We got a lot of things, a lot of options.
Oh yeah,
it's not all doom and gloom. It's just like, I guess for me, what it is, CJ, if I can just speak in plain English, when a game sucks, I just, who cares, right? It sucks. You just don't play it. You just play other games, right? It's just, it's sad that I'm not feeling great about Diablo 4. It's like, this is the franchise that we have been blasting. This one hits a little closer to home. It's just like, it's the game you just don't want to let go, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's also why I think you've actually encapsulated something very core there, and that's D4 gets crapped on far more than any other ARPG and arguably any other game. It's probably it's up there, and then
Yeah, I
one of
agree
the
with
games
that.
most crapped on, and it's because it has this fan base, right? It's from a franchise of people that still care about the franchise, even if they don't like the game anymore. So it's hard for them to just move on. And, because most things, if you don't like it, you stop engaging with it. You don't go and keep crapping on it every time it has an update. Um, so yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, along those finishing words that you had there is something much worse than a community passionately upset at what you're doing, and that's indifference, right? When they're
True.
apathetic
Yeah.
or indifferent to your game, where whatever changes you make, nobody even looks or cares anymore, that's when you've actually hit the point of no return, right? That's when you've crossed the event horizon and you're in the black hole. So, um, yeah, I think there's a lot of people in my chat. I don't know if you see this, where they just say, "Hey, Rax, new D4 season. I don't follow D4. I'm not logging into D4. I'm just here to listen to some tunes and listen to you probably rage at the game in an hour, and I know we'll be playing something else in 3 days." I'm like, damn, is this what we've devolved into? That's bad.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing analogies to like it's what happens before a divorce. And I mean, yeah, like you know a relationship is over once you stop fighting. Once it's just indifference, like you said.
I haven't heard that one, but that it's the calm before the, not even the calm, but the storm before the divorce, huh?
Yeah. So okay, is there any reasonable path forward that you see for you that like do you envision a reasonable scenario in which Blizzard makes the changes or additions necessary to make you love D4? Do you think that is something that could potentially happen, or is it extremely unlikely?
I guess it depends on how you mean that question. If you mean, is it possible that it could happen? It definitely could. Like, Diablo 4 has at its base is a great game. Are you okay, buddy? You
Yeah,
dying?
yeah, sorry, I'm just failing at drinking water.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. Everything's tough at our age here. Um, yeah, I do that stuff all the time. Could the game literally get there? I think yes. I think Diablo 4 still has some of the best base structure of any ARPG out there. Um, there are so many factors working against it actually getting there that, for me personally, I think the odds for me happening as an individual are extremely low. I think the odds for the general public, who have now kind of are sort of agreeing that Diablo 4 is stale, I think they could be reinvigorated much easier. Um, I think it's just a culmination of issues. It's a math issue. It's systems issues. It's people feel pretty people feel pretty burned, like not burnt out. They feel burned. Like, I paid
Mm.
$70 and then $50 for the expansion, and they don't feel like they got the product that they thought that they were paying for, which, by the way, with how expensive everything is these days, to pay what, $120 for, if you play the game for 100 hours, the amount of dollars that you spent per good hour in Diablo 4 is actually in the entertainment industry is actually really good. Still a really good return on money there. But yeah, I think there's too many issues, too many mathematical issues, too many systemic issues, too many issues of if Diablo 4 tries to be this, make this really intricate endgame, it won't be as good as PoE 1's. So people will just call it as such. They'll just most people just call it the bad PoE 1 endgame. They're in a tough spot because it's kind of hard. Like, how do you really win here? I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but one of their best strategies might be just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep releasing the battle passes. The people that you do have hooked, just keep riding that wave. Don't try anything too crazy. Be the super casual ARPG. That is definitely the path of least resistance, and it also might be the path of the most money. So.
Something that you mentioned towards the start of that was that D4 has some of the best, I think you call them like base structures. Do you want to elaborate on that part?
Well, I mean, like for example, I just got a new computer and I was setting up my Diablo 4 settings because they reset every time, but they've got all the different movement schemes. They've got controller WASD. They've got force movement. Like they have all the different DLSS and ray tracing options. If I fire up No Rest for the Wicked, it doesn't have those yet. It's got, do you want motion blur? Do you want screen shake? It has different accessibility things. How big do you want to make your cursor? Do you want to make it this color? Do you want to make it high contrast? It's got really good graphics. It's got really good movement. The combat of me swinging my sword. When I'm playing Elden Ring, like I like the game's a little bit older than Diablo 4. It's not an ancient game, but there's so many times where I press roll and my roll just doesn't happen. I'm just like, I feel like this happens 100 times a play session in Elden Ring, and I almost never feel like that in D4. I never press Frozen Orb and Frozen Orb doesn't throw. That doesn't ever happen, hardly ever. And I don't know. I feel like their sounds and their graphics are really good. I remember when I was just playing the PTR, I was opening all these bags, and you hear this mythic unique like land, boom. You can hear the sound. You can almost feel it in your headphones. You see the beam of light. It's like, okay, that was that. Like, there's so many like core little system things that they do well in the game. It's just it's the content and it's the math. It's like once we get into that, it's like ooh. And then we get into the skill tree and it's like, do you want 10% attack speed or do you want 10% burning damage? It's like, ooh, that's not a meaningful choice at all. Like, this isn't even a skill tree.
Yeah, that's all fair, and I think it's illegal to praise Blizzard these days. But if there's any amount of Blizzard magic left, it's in what you just described. All these things that most players I think just overlook in favor of what arguably is like more important, like the game part of the game. But yeah, all the sinew, all the connective tissue. Blizzard, D4 does arguably better than any other game. Like, I love Last Epoch, but like, D4 just feels moment to moment better. And a lot of it is all these little things, how everything comes together, the sound design and the animations. You said you play fighting games. Part of what makes D3 the animation so punchy. I was talking to people from the team and it's like they modeled their animations off of fighting games to be able to get it to feel so crisp and impactful and fun and good. And they're just able to execute these things so well. And of course cinematics, obviously their cinematic team is out of this world. But yeah, I wish that Blizzard would have like scooped up like EHG or even GGG in its infancy. Like, imagine all of these teams together making the Giga ARPG to end all ARPGs.
Yeah, I think if we took the end game of like PoE 1 and we took like some of the systems, like the base systems from D4 and PoE 2, and we took a lot of the quality of life and stash management stuff ideas from Last Epoch, and they made one, like, so we can even grab some people from the Claire studio, and they made one super studio.
Mm.
The game that they would make would be out of this world. But I will say one thing though. There's a little bit of a trap in that. One thing that's that I think needs to happen eventually, or I think the genre is just going to kind of die, is there's been very little like true innovation within the genre. A lot of it is kind of just trying to do a little bit better in a lot of the systems that we've already had. So like in Diablo 4, we're asking for things that we've already seen. We're asking for like a POE1 gotta catch 'em all system, mapping system. We're asking for like a ladder or a leaderboard. Like all of this has been done before. The thing that I would be looking for if I was like sitting in a room and we're gonna make a new ARPG is gonna be like, what is the defining thing that we're gonna do to advance the genre forward? Like what Diablo 4 tried, and I don't blame them for trying, is they tried really like the open world ARPG, but they don't really play on the open world like very heavily. So it's like the open world is there, but I couldn't quite say it's meaningless, but it's not meaningful either. So it's like, where is the innovation here? How are we actually advancing the genre? I don't want to see another 10 games of just the same systems improved slightly, over and over and over.
Yeah, that's a great point. Diablo 4's most innovative things were the things that the player base, the fan base, was most opposed to, right? All the MMO, open worldy stuff, and they pretty much immediately backpedaled on all of that post-launch, dialing back all of those elements and de-emphasizing their focus. But credit to them for wanting to try it. And I do wonder, like, had they leaned more into it, more, like crazy open world events. I don't know if you know, like Helldivers, for instance, but like Helldivers has this universe that is like changing and evolving with community events and stuff, and it's even an instance-based game. It's not even an open world game, but like the universe that you're playing in changes from week to week as there are events happening. It's a fully evolving game, and I just feel like there was so much opportunity to do more with the whole open shared world idea in D4 that just I mean, what have they really done with it? And I mean, I guess who can blame them when the player base is saying we don't want this, but because it feels like the core conceit of D4, or conceit is the wrong word, but like the core idea of D4 being different was to have this shared open world, and yeah.
I think like this is getting into like some really weird thinking, but I think the like potentially like the next evolution in video games, especially with like the AI overlords taking over, is if we actually think about making the design of the game, we are essentially making everything into a box, right? So we draw a box and it's Diablo 4. And then inside of that box, we have the box for leveling up and it's 1 to 60. And then we have the box for leveling up Paragon and it's 1 to 300. And then we have the box of 150 uniques and the 10 mythic uniques and this and that. We have everything is, for lack of a better word, defined, right? So what I'm thinking is, like, this is a horrible example because people absolutely hate this game. But let's take Starfield, for example. Starfield, everyone hates it. I get it. It's only conceptual here. But you start in the middle, and then you just start going somewhere. Like they said, they touted, there's 1,000 planets, da 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 da. But all the planets are just barren wastelands with nothing for you to do. But if the world could actually just kind of evolve, and we didn't make Diablo 4 in a box. There is no max level. There is no finite number of uniques. The uniques actually just continuously generate based on like mathematical algorithms or possibilities for things that we don't even know are possible. Then like you just keep exploring. There's no end in sight. Could be something crazy that might be in the future. Like we got to break through some way and do some kind of actually new system instead of just drawing a game in a box, filling in those finite boxes, and having people progress through those finite boxes.
Absolutely. I know a lot of people are anti-AI, but look, here's the reality. The core of the RPG was built on procedural generation, right? The thing with procedural generation is there still are some finite number of possibilities, and you can't quite ever be totally surprised, especially once you've seen a certain number of permutations. The proc gen does help, right? The randomness does help to keep things fresh. But ARPG gamers, we have a voracious appetite for content, and we can burn through the content faster than devs can create it. So having AI assisted content that does not replace devs, right? The devs still get to make their tentpole uh, um, content that is like their very important special updates, but just to fill in the gaps of being able to keep us fed. AI driven, proc gen, I think is something, first off, I think it's just the future of gaming. Like AI is going to be incorporated in games. That's just the reality. And I think the ARPG genre is actually very well suited to using AI as a tool to help, again, not to replace devs who will still be able to make important tentpole content. And it also diverts their focus to being able to put more care and attention on their content as opposed to having to do like 200 filler side quests that just distracts them from the most important stuff.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have a very like antiquated opinion about like what AI is. A lot of people are way too either stuck in the present or stuck in the past. Whenever I talk about AI on my stream, it never fails. There's a lot, like you might even see these comments rattling in your chat. They say AI is dog shit. AI can't conjure anything. AI can't even drive cars. They said that they could drive cars. AI sucks. AI is dog. Like, bro, I'm sorry. If there's a single person in either of our chats that thinks that AI is not going to get 1 trillion times better and just take over everything, I've got some Girl Scout cookies to sell you, because I need to know who your dealer is, because you are high as a kite. You're on some really good shit. Like, people are really thinking about what AI does right now. AI,
Yep.
like, I am certain in 10 years or whenever the time frame is, 5 years, 10 years, 1 year, if you had an AI bot and you could feed in the Diablo 4 data of all the top builds and all of the different math, like D4 Planner exists, right? Riv built that. And it has a breakdown of where all of your damage comes from. This is how much additive damage you have. This is how much multiplicative damage you have. This is how much conditional damage you have. This is where these things activate this. And then you cast this skill with this base damage, and then it hits for 3.4 billion. I am certain in 10 years you could have AI just parse all of this data and spit out a patch that balances every single top meta skill to hit for exactly 1 million damage, and to do it like intelligently, to like bring down the different, like you have parameters, you give it like basic instructions like, I want 40% of your damage to come from your Paragon, da 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 da. It's going to be able to do the whole patch for you instantly. Just boom, done. The game's balanced, done. AI will be able to do it easily. Like that. That will be a remedial task for AI coming forward. So people that say, I hate procedural generation, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, bro, the procedural generation that AI will be able to do will be almost indistinguishable from real life, like soon. Like there's like YouTube channels called like Dangerous AI, where they take like the NBA finals players and they like have press conferences with them. They're not even real, but they just like roast all their teammates. Like, thank God the channel's called Dangerous AI. Because if it wasn't, it looks like it's like Nikola Jokic giving an interview just roasting all of his Nugget teammates. I think like the bigger challenge is, how will humans interact with these new changing environments? For example, like let's say that game that I just described to you. If it is just like you literally start in the center and you just move out, that's not entirely different from POE2's Endgame system, which people aren't really favorable around right now. But how do you keep that
interesting. Like, oh, I'm just wandering off aimlessly into the abyss. Like, how is that interesting? That would be a much bigger systemic task for me than me worrying about how powerful is AI going to be to just make everything work.
Yeah, and I mean, in your game, when you stumble upon something completely new because AI generated it just for your instance for the first time ever, and no other player has ever experienced this unique thing, I mean, that's pretty hype.
It is pretty hype, and it puts us out of a job because you can't make a guide for an item nobody has or a boss fight they're never going to see.
And I think it was like a year ago or something. No, it's not even 2 years ago at this point. Maybe a year and a half. Anyway, I follow the evolution of AI art and video and stuff, and I was seeing like people making some like joke videos. I think it was like Athene was like doing joke podcasts with AI, whatever, famous people, and like you can tell it was AI. It was hilarious, but I'm like, man, this is the worst AI will ever be. In 1 year from now, like YouTubers and streamers, like you'll be able to have entirely AI voiced and video, YouTubers and streamers. We're all going to be out of a job unless there's going to be some regulations, to do that, to stop that. But yeah, it's just crazy. Like every prediction you make about AI, it's like, yeah, it's going to happen sooner than you think.
I used to work. I worked for 10 years in the auto insurance industry. Went from like the bottom. Like I worked in a lot of different departments. And when I got to the final department, we worked in product. And when you're in product, you are required to be on like the cutting edge of everything that happens. Because if you aren't, then, well, you literally aren't doing your job, right? Because products that you sell and whatever are like the life force of your company. Excuse me. So we always had, we always went to these meetings about auto driving cars. We've been in them for a long time before even the first self-driving car was even on like the test roads in California or wherever it was. And there was always a discussion, and these are very, very smart people. These are like the top of the corporate hierarchy. These are the smartest people debating it. And we're having genuine conversations about how do we like devise our product, our sales plan, our pricing plan around these self-driving cars and when are they coming out. But the thing that always baffled me is sitting in these meetings was people were debating about when these things will actually be like in reality, when it will be a real viable thing, and when we will have to deal with it. And a lot of the people, even though a lot of these people are so smart and they were like veterans of the industry, a lot of them were older, and a lot of them were kind of like, again, the grandpa, like, with tobacco in their mouth or with a shotgun in their lap, rocking on their chair on the porch. It's like they weren't believing that this is going to happen for multiple decades. And I was like, bro, I think in multiple decades, we're going to have teleportation and flying cars. So I was like on the complete opposite spectrum in these meetings. I was like, guys, do you notice how we're usually a little bit behind on every innovation that comes out? Like, I know I just got here, but some of the things that I'm hearing in this meeting are complete and utter nonsense. Like, if you think that we're not going to have like drones flying around, and we might even have spaceships at this point, like I linked everybody an article. I was like, hey, have you guys heard of quantum teleportation? I literally linked it to the entire product department. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, read this article. We're already doing like, we're going to get quantum internet, quantum teleportation. Like, you guys even know what quantum means? And it was like, I'm like, all right, we need to get a new team in here to talk about this stuff because we're going to lose for sure.
Yeah, it's man, there's understandable resistance, but I mean we're entering a new industrial revolution, right? AI is going to do to the world what factories did, back in the day, and that means growing pains for sure. It's unfortunate people are going to lose jobs, but ultimately AI is a tool, and like any other tool, it's got to be wielded. by humans for best effect. Or I mean, who knows? Maybe AI will be better at wielding AI than humans will be at some point. But it was like I think a year or two ago when I remember linking an article to my friends because I'm kind of more on the AI beat than they are of like some of the people at OpenAI or some of the, like the leading AI experts were like warning about like they were getting concerned about advances in AI and the dangers that it poses to the future, and my friends all like laughed it off like thinking like, AI is not going to take over the world. We're not going to have like some, nuclear bombs going off, Terminator scenario. And it's like, no, dude, that's not the danger of AI. The danger of AI is what we're experiencing today, where you cannot trust video anymore. Like it's almost at the point that it is very difficult now. Like we went from sloppy spaghetti Will Smith to I gotta squint real hard to tell that that's an AI video and an AI voice, where some dude spent like literally 5 minutes typing in some words, and now he can fake making any world leader say or do anything, and we can't trust anything we don't see directly IRL with our own eyes anymore. Like the ability for misinformation to control, with in minutes you can have AI set up websites, social media accounts, all propagating fake stories with fake sources, fake news, fake confirmations. Like, how are we going to trust anything anymore?
So I want to take one comment that you made there. You said you can't trust anything with your own eyes. So what if you just build like I don't know what the word would be, like an exoskeleton. Callie's. Jesus Christ. Callie. Jesus. Don't ever get a dog. Callie, come here. Sit. Yeah, I need you to relax, Callie, okay? So let's say you take like an exoskeleton or an outline, I don't know, and it's just solid gray, and it's like a 5'10", like human looking thing. It's got no hair. It's just solid gray, and then the whole thing is actually just like a flexible
Oh my
screen,
God.
and then the AI just changes that into Riker, and you're just giving a speech outside. It's just you, and they put it, it even like molds the hat on top of you. It's got everything, and it's got the
You're building
voice.
Terminator.
Yeah, it literally just appears on the exoskeleton of this. Like, and my point is you're an audience member. You're seeing it with your own eyes. But
Yeah.
how do you know that that's actually CJ?
Yeah, I haven't even thought that far ahead, but we are getting there. Like, I've not been following the advancements in AI robotics as much, but that was a big part of NVIDIA's last big presentation. Was like they are moving towards AI robots, IRL, like AI IRL taking over too.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be crazy. And another thing, I was in insurance for 10 years. One thing that we talk about a lot is, so you have a home, right? To insure the home, what exactly are you insuring? You're insuring, oh, the personal property inside of it. You're insuring the liability of anybody who comes over. It's on your lawn, it's on your porch, it's on your deck, it's inside your house, da 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 da. You insure the roof and the walls. But the question is do you own the airspace above your house? And are you liable for
Mm,
that? And then people say, like, well, why would this be a conversation? Well, because pretty soon, right now we have these big, huge planes that are flying around on these certain, paths, da 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 da. But pretty soon, Amazon deliveries are just going to be done by drones. They're just going to be
right.
flying everywhere. They might even be invisible. You don't even know. You're just going to see like a floating package. And if you're required to ensure the airspace above your property, well, first of all, do you own it, or does the government own it, or who owns that? And there might actually be battles for like buying the airspace above your house soon enough. It's just there's so many levels to this.
That's wild, man. I know there's like FAA regulations. I don't know how high above your home they kick in, but it feels like the government's already trying to at least claim ownership of the airspace.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, they're going to try to take everything that they can. It'll probably be the governments, but then
like how much airspace do you own? Like, is it up to your roof? Do you not own any of the airspace? So like, if your toddler is in your lawn stretching their hands up in the sky and it reaches 6 feet tall, do they own that? If a drone clips their hand, who's liable?
Oh,
It,
jeez.
so
Wow.
when you think about it from an insurance standpoint about whether you file a claim and who's liable, it has to be properly defined.
Right.
And we're
I
getting
never
way off
thought of
topic, but I'm just
that.
just showing how deep the rabbit hole can go about you know AI and who owns what and da 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 da.
Wow.
Pretty much, we're all doomed, is what I'm trying to say.
Yep. Yep. And on that bright note,
Someone said, "Imagine AI curing cancer." Well, again, actually, I was thinking about studying this. I was thinking about studying a branch of biomedical engineering, where they're thinking about designing these little robots. Like let's say they're in a pill, right? And inside of this pill, there could be like, I don't know, two of them, two little robots. And you swallow them, and the robots are trained to understand what's the difference between a cancerous cell and a non-cancerous cell, right? And so then you just swallow them, and all they do is they just run through your body and they just kill cancerous cells. Oh, this is a mutated cell? Kill it. Then you just shit it out, and that's it. You're done. Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
nanobots.
yeah, there's already advances, AI helping with diagnoses and stuff. I saw this post recently from, I forget what exactly kind of doctor or he was, but he had 15 years of, between experience and his schooling, to be able to look at a scan of someone's lungs and identify, certain dark spots and know what kind of disease that this person has. And AI was able to look at that scan and deliver the same diagnosis in seconds. And he's like, I'm gonna have to get a job at McDonald's.
No, 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 no. AI can do that already. No, no, no. No, not McDonald's. Yeah,
Everyone's gonna have to become a streamer.
God, I don't even think that's safe. We're gonna get fake streamer. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I better not say what I was gonna say. My audience is used to my crudeness, but I don't want to.
Oh, by all means, that's fine.
I was gonna say we're gonna be flooded with like a whole new wave of titty streamers that aren't even real, where Jim Bob, who works at IT, who is just salivating for that parasocial relationship, is just dying at the end of his 2-week paycheck to give them 70% of his income to try to like marry him. It's not even a real person.
Oh man.
This is why
Good point from my chat, but
watch me.
can AI spit in your burger the way a human employee can?
People would argue. So that's actually a whole nother topic, but not to get like again super philosophical there. But that's another thing about AI is they don't have emotions. You just make the burger. Make the burger the same every time, and you can work 24 hours a day. There's no pay, there's no paid time off. We don't have to like, oh, you're running late for work. You literally work. You don't do anything. So humans have emotions, they have feelings, they have they have to do things. AI, they just make burgers, and they make them probably perfectly every time. So
Yeah, it's like they're starting to outfit robots in warehouses, like Amazon warehouses. I think they're calling them like dark warehouses because they don't have to have lights on for the robots, so you don't have to pay heating, you don't have to pay lighting. They work 24/7. Yeah.
we're doomed. That's it.
We're doomed.
All right, man. Well, anything else? I don't want to take up your entire stream, but always appreciate you, man. Always enjoy chatting. I've seen every comment in my chat, from I love what these guys are saying to these two are the biggest dumbasses I've ever heard speak ever. So just another typical day on the internet over here.
Yeah, I love your Rax. Thanks for taking the time and having a chance to chat in a while. It's nice to Has to get caught up on what's going on in the world.
The AI overlords are creeping closer. Just hold your loved ones tightly.
Bingo. And pray that the aliens come to deliver us from this.
Save us from ourselves.
Save us from ourselves. All right, Ryan. Appreciate you, man. Take care.
Have a good one, man. GG's.
GG's.
Guys, that was CJ. Round of applause for CJ. There was a POE2 interview. Should we watch it? You guys care about POE2? Should we watch it? Yeah, I have a math major. Have I taken an interest in math behind LLMs? What is an LLM? LLM. Please don't be a D's nuts joke. Imagine the Nemesis system, the Shower or Mordor, but with modern AI, your own personal hater in game and gets to know you and stalk you and adapts to you. When you beta him, he returns scarred but adapted. Large language model, aka today's AI. When I was getting my math major, this was back in the Stone Age, guys, back in 2009. We didn't have any info on AI, none. Okay, be right back, and then maybe we'll look at this POE2 interview.
All right. Dude, look at this. I think I'm going to have to get a new Mega Man hoodie. Look at this hoodie. It's like a parachute on me. This is a large. It's like I'm wearing a parachute. I might have to get at least a medium, maybe a small. My God. I think I could jump out of an airplane with this and live. All right. Well, why don't we check out? There's an interview apparently that I think happened. Maybe. Did Talkative Try? I don't see anything from Talkative Try. Is it on his YouTube? Oh, it's in 3 hours. Oh. Oh, it's in 3 hours. Oh, okay. There is one thing that I do want to try in Diablo 4. Did I look at Chrono Odyssey? What is Chrono Odyssey? Please don't say Chrono Odyssey. D's nuts. Yeah, I need to see a strong room. Is it any good? Ganlorn, I have never made a bleed paladin build. I wouldn't know how to help you. I've never made bleed paladin before. Music. Let's do third eye blind. Wait, why did I grab a controller? Oh, wait, we could try on controller. I guess I'm so used to playing games on controller. I've never tried D4 on controller, I don't think. Okay, that was pretty good. Oh. Let's try controller D4. Is this it? The gateway? Or okay, everybody look for the secret entrance. Is this it right here? Literally found it instantly? I don't know. All the rare ones, I have no idea. Okay, I picked 3 things.
Okay. Okay, can I do all of it? Okay. Um. Trying to even think about what my opinion of that thing was. I just kind of ran around and killed everything again. There were some things that I clicked that spawned some monsters.
You're there! Please, help us get out of here!
Homeboy is trash at playing this build, so he can't push buttons. Akuma, I don't ever want to make fun of people that were just born with a 2 IQ, but I literally just said I'm plugging in a controller, trying it for the first time. Akuma, I own you at every video game. Every video game. I would destroy you in any of them. Don't kid yourself. I understand that speaking English is difficult for people. I own you at everything. Remember that forever. Don't ever forget it. Gotcha, I didn't hear that. But Akuma, it goes further. It goes much further than that. There's a you problem still. There's still a you problem. You walking around and just insulting people on the internet as a keyboard warrior is laughable. You need a serious reality check. You need to look in the mirror at yourself. Look internally. You won't like what you see. Do better. Nice try, my guy? No, there's no nice try. I'm helping you. You can listen to me or not, but at least I'm trying to help you. You're beyond pathetic. Bet you didn't expect that kind of a response, did you? But someone's got to tell you, man. I guess it has to be me. Yeah, it's a YouTube chatter, but it's not YouTube's fault. There's dumbasses on both of them. I'm saying something accurate. Do better, Akuma. By the way, if you want to play me in Street Fighter, that's the game that I'm sure I could bury you in easily. Played a lot of Street Fighter in my day. Street Fighter is actually the first tournament, video game tournament, I ever won. Do better, Akuma. That's the message of the day. You weren't expecting anything. Alright, let's move on. Let's stop talking to Akuma. I've never been to a big tournament like that. No, the only big tournaments I've ever been to is Major League Gaming tournaments for Halo. I've never been to a super major fighting game tournament. Okay, the controller works fine. I definitely prefer mouse and keyboard though. Feels pretty good actually. Still love Street Fighter 2. You Guile main? Dude, I won the tournament with Honda. Honda. I've already done these dungeons. I don't need to go further. I just wanted to see the extra game mode there. You missed the whole stream. Quick summary on how I felt about this season. It wasn't great news, Daisy. It wasn't great news, if I'm being honest. The vendors were bugged. Loot was disappearing. We don't have tempering scrolls, so I bricked a lot of my items. Doesn't feel... The other game mode, I guess... I'm trying not to say all negatives. Oh, yep. Hi, Callie. Yeah, I see you. Yeah. Yeah, Callie. Yeah, I see you. Yeah. Okay. Can you get down? Can you get down? Good girl. Thanks for saying that, Frosty. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay, so so I'm confused. Some people are saying, is this interview happening now or 4 p.m. CST? Oh God, okay. It's not even close. Why do I ask for so much stuff to be auto pickup in D4, but not in POE2? What? When did I ever say that I don't want auto pickup of materials in POE2? When did I ever say that? Current videos of gameplay of what? Sorry, of what game? Yeah, that's true. In POE2, Aaron Action RPG is here. What's up, buddy? Oh, for Chrono Odyssey. Oh. Aaron, I heard someone told me that you got banned or something. You got banned for I don't even know what. You got banned for being AFK on your stream or something? But are you back and everything's good or what? He's a rebel in the community? Yeah, he must have done something real bad. I don't know what. Hey, it looks like Elden Ring. You got a 1-day ban for view farming. View farming. What does that even mean? God, that looks kind of amazing, doesn't it? Is there gameplay of this on YouTube? What does that even mean, Aaron? View farming. I don't even know what that means. The gameplay is in the dev interview. All right, let's check this out. You have piqued my interest. Please don't be a Rickroll. Oh, this just came
저는
out.
크로노디스의 개발 총괄 PD 윤상태라고 합니다.
Hello, my name is Don, and I'm one of the product managers working on Chrono Odyssey.
저희는 크로노디스의 제작을 시작하면서 엔드 컨텐츠뿐만 아니라 성장 과정 자체가 즐거운 게임을 만들자라는 생각을 하게 되었습니다.
It's the round table hole.
누군가와 경쟁해서 승리하는 것보다 로딩 없이 방대한 필드를 누비며 때로는 아무 목적 없이
There's no
숲을
loading
걷기도 하고
screens.
때로는 나무를 베고 낚시를 하고
Cut
혼자선
trees,
버거운
fish.
몬스터를 친구들과 함께 모여 잡는 그런 MMORPG라서 가질
really
수 있는
cool room
낭만을
that he's
게임에
in.
담고 싶었습니다. 크로노 오디세이의 세계는 단순한 판타지가 아닙니다. 낯설고 위압적인 그리고 경외감을 느끼게 하는 세계였습니다. 영화 프로메테우스에서 보여주는 코스믹 호러의 분위기, 그리고 스타크래프트 저그의 침공처럼 압도적인 존재가 인간의 세계를 집어삼키는 공포, 이런 감각과 상황을 크로노 오디세이의 세계에 담고 싶었습니다. 크로노 오디세이의 주
I'll put my
무대인
camera in the top
세테라는
left.
과거와 미래가 충돌하고 신과 인간, 보이드라는 정체불명의 존재들이 얽히며 우리가 알던 세계의 법칙이 무너진 공간입니다. 유일신이 개입하지 않는 세계, 그리고 그 틈을 노려 차원 간의 전쟁과 침공을 그린 설정은 우리가 기존 MMORPG에서 보지 못했던 거대한 스케일과 혼돈과 절망을 표현하고 있습니다. 플레이어는 세테라를 통해 거대한 힘에 맞서 버티고 때로는 과거와 미래를 넘나들며 세상을 바꿔야 하는 존재입니다. 강하기만 한 몬스터를 사냥하는 것이 아니라 이질적인 힘에 맞서고 성장하며 플레이어가 거대한 이야기 속의 일부가 되도록 만들고 싶었습니다. 오래전부터 감명 깊게 생각했던 게임인 크로노 트리거에서 거대한 사건에 대항하기 위한 시간이라는 개념에 너무 큰 매력을 느꼈고, 어떻게 하면 MMORPG의 시공간을 접목시킬 수 있을지 가능은 한 건지에 대해 많은 이야기를 나눴습니다. 결과적으로 크로노 오디세이의 세계관은 코스믹 호러와 시공간의 설정을 기준으로 탄생하게 되었습니다. 모두가 MMORPG에서 불가능할 거라 생각했던 시공간의 조작은 크로노 텍터라는 이름으로 게임에 담아냈습니다. 크로노 오디세이는 단순히 기술적인 성취를 보여주기 위해 개발된 게임이 아닙니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 선택한 이유는 최신 기술을 자랑하기 위해서가 아니라 우리가 머릿속에 그렸던 평화로운 세테라가 이질적인 차원으로부터 침공당한 상황을 구현하기 위해서였습니다. 그래서 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용했다는 사실을 강조하고 싶진 않습니다. 대신 이 기술을 통해 우리가 상상했던 세계를 플레이어가 온전히 체감할 수 있도록 구현했고, 플레이어 스스로가 자기도 모르는 사이에 이질적인 힘의 영향을 받고 있으며 끝없는 혼동 속에서 생존해야 하는 존재가 되도록 만들고 싶었습니다. 이 게임의 핵심은 현실과 비현실성, 익숙함과 낯섦의 공존입니다. 크로노 게이트를 비롯한 구조물들은 인간이 만든 것 같지만 인간의 손으로 만든 것이 아니며, 멀리서 바라보는 것만으로도 압박감과 위압감을 느낄 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 숲, 호수, 산맥 같은 자연 환경은 최대한 사실적으로 표현했고, 플레이어가 직접 그 안에 들어가 있는 듯한 몰입감을 줄 수 있도록 했습니다. 하지만 이 세계 곳곳에는 논리적으로 설명할 수 없는 이질적이고 거대한 존재들이 자리하고 있습니다. 세테라의 환경 또한 빼놓을 수 없을 것 같습니다. 이곳은 플레이어가 탐험하는 장소가 아니라 이해할 수 없는 거대한 존재가 우리를 내려다보는 공간입니다. 차원을 넘어 침공해온 보이드는 평범한 인간은 감히 저항할 수 없는 힘을 가지고 있으며 그들의 흔적은 세계 곳곳에 남아 있습니다. 우리는 현실적인 환경과 초현실적인 공간이 뒤섞이며 질서가 무너지고 인간이 감당할 수 없는 거대한 공포가 서서히 밀려드는 세계로 만들고 싶었습니다.
So far, this dev interview has said the same thing like 6 different times. Like, big scary world that you cannot comprehend. Like 6 different ways. Is it a big scary world that we cannot comprehend?
크로노 오디세이에서 저희는 플레이어가 스스로 선택한 탐험과 모험을 통해 자신만의 이야기를 만들어가기를 원했습니다. 기존 MMORPG는 메인 퀘스트 라인이 강하게 잡혀 있어 대부분 유저가 똑같은 루트를 따라가게 됩니다. 하지만 크로노 오디세이는 이런 틀을 깨고 유저가 직접 세상을 탐험하고 발견하는 재미를 느낄 수 있도록 설계했습니다. 크로노 텍터를 사용하면 과거의 흔적을 추적하거나 미래를 미리 엿보는 방식으로 탐험이 가능하며, 유적을 조사하는 과정에서 시간을 조작해 숨겨진 길을 열거나 과거의 모습을 재현하는 방식으로 새로운 길을 찾을 수도 있습니다. 단순한 퀘스트의 해결이 아니라 유저가 직접 세계의 변화를 경험하고 탐험을 통해 이야기의 조각들을 모으는 방식입니다. 여러분의 호기심의 크기에 따라서 메인 퀘스트 라인뿐만 아니라 시련, 미궁, 필드 보스 사냥 등 다양한 컨텐츠들을 발견하실 수 있습니다. 저희는 게임 내 대부분의 행동에 경험치를 분배하였습니다. 채집과 제작만으로도 만렙을 달성할 수 있도록 설계했습니다.
Most activities grant experience you can gather and craft alone to reach max level. Does this mean we find a tree, we go to bed, we leave our computer running, and we set a Logitech macro to swing at the tree as it respawns, and when we wake up we're max level?
기존 MMORPG에서는 생활 콘텐츠 유저들이 다소 소외되는 경우가 많았습니다. 하지만 크로노 오디세이에서는 탐험과 제작만으로도 충분히 강해질 수
Yep,
있도록
there it
했고
is, right there.
이들이 전투 유저들과 거래나 정보 공유 등을 통해 서로
There it is.
이득을 볼 수 있는 구조로 만들고 있습니다. 유저가 원하는 플레이 스타일을 자유롭게 선택할 수 있고 게임 내에서 다양한 방식으로 성장할 수 있도록 하였습니다. 또한 정보를 최소화함으로써 유저 스스로 탐험하고 발견하는 재미를 느낄 수 있도록 설계했습니다. 많은 MMORPG가 특정 역할을 강요합니다. 탱커, 딜러, 힐러로 나뉘고 그 역할에 맞춰 스킬을 찍고 장비를 맞춰야 합니다. 하지만 크론 오디세이에서는 그런 정통적인 방식을 벗어나 유저가 원하는 방식으로 성장할 수 있도록 만들었습니다. 크론 오디세이는 한 번의 전투에도 집중할 수 있도록 설계되었습니다. 단순한 수치 싸움이 아니라 패링과 회피 시스템을 통해 전투의 깊이를 더했습니다. 또한 특정 클래스에 집중되지 않게 모든 유저가 자신의 역할을 수행할 수 있도록 설계하여 전투의 자유도를 높이고자 했습니다. MMORPG에서 흔히 볼 수 있는 대규모 공성전이나 투기장 같은 단순 PVP 콘텐츠에서 벗어나 PVEVP 방식의 차별화된 콘텐츠를 제공하려고 노력하였습니다. 크론 오디세이는 기존 MMORPG와는 다르게 소규모 인원이 함께 즐길 수 있는 게임입니다. 처음에는 한두 명이 멀티플레이를 시작하고 천천히 인원을 늘려가는 방식으로 유도합니다. 만렙 이후에도 최대 5인 파티를 유지하고 함께하는 동료로서의 경험, 즉 우리의 모험과 탐험이라는 방향성을 가져가고자 했습니다. 처음에는 저희도 기존 MMORPG처럼 모든 역할을 구분하려 했습니다. 그런데 개발을 하다 보니 하이브리드 클래스가 필요하다는 걸 깨달았습니다. 그래서 어쌔신이나 레인저 같은 클래스가 탄생했고 기존의 탱딜 힐 개념에서 벗어나 좀 더 유연한 플레이가 가능하도록 다양한 무기를 통한 스타일의 변화를 넣었습니다. 무엇보다도 힐러나 탱커가 솔로 플레이에서 불리하지 않도록 하는 것이 중요했습니다. 그래서 힐러라도 혼자서 충분히 성장할 수 있도록 설계했습니다. MMORPG라고 해서 반드시 파티를 꾸려야 하는 건 아닙니다. 성장 과정도 전투도 유저가 원하는 대로 경험할 수 있게 하는 게 우리의 목표였습니다. 크론 오디세이의 전투는 단순한 스킬 연계가 아닌 무기 스왑을 활용한 깊이 있는 전투 시스템을 지향합니다. 기존 MMORPG처럼 한 가지 무기에 의존하는 전투 방식과는 달리 두 개의 무기를 자유롭게 전환하면서 전투 전략을 짜는 것이 핵심입니다. 처음에는 무기 스왑이 너무 복잡하거나 부담스럽지 않을까 고민했습니다. 하지만 자연스럽게 플레이어가 필요성을 느끼게 만들면 오히려 전투의 깊이를 더할 수 있을 거라 생각했습니다. 그래서 게임 초반부터 정예 보스를 만나게 하고 하나의 무기만 사용하면 스킬 쿨타임이 돌아오지 않아 불리한 상황을 유도했습니다. 이때의 유저들은 자연스럽게 무기 스왑의 필요성을 체감하게 됩니다. 이집트로
I don't know. Like, is this looking really good to you guys, or what are your guys' opinions on this? Oh, there's pay to win in this game? Wait, is there going to be pay to win?
플레이를 즐길 수 있습니다. 리전 보스 콘텐츠는 더 큰 스케일의 도전을 제공합니다. 여러 파티가 힘을 합쳐야 공략할 수 있는 대규모 레이드로 지역의 수호자인 가디언과 맞서 싸우는 콘텐츠입니다. 이 보스를 터치하면 얻을 수 있는 고유 내러티브 장비는 유저의 성장뿐 아니라 게임의 세계관을 더 깊이 이해할 수 있는 열쇠가 됩니다. 이 두 가지 전투 콘텐츠의 방향성은 명확합니다. 이렇게 설계된 전투 콘텐츠는 단순한 성장 수단이 아닌 유저가 직접 느끼고 경험하며 성취감을 얻을 수 있는
Okay. Yeah, it looks okay. Might be willing to give it a try. It's not they said that there won't be pay to win, but they didn't rule out boosts. There won't be pay to win, but they didn't rule out boosts like XP and gold gain. God, that kind of sounds like pay to win. Yeah, we need more gameplay, but it doesn't look terrible, but did that gameplay captivate me and make me want to go buy the game? Not really. And the $300 version lets you play 1 month early. Mods, 19 months, man. Thank you, man. I want to watch that interview, but I actually have to go at 2:30, so I have to go in 14 minutes. So I'll probably watch it on stream tomorrow with you guys. I am super interested in the POE2 update, but I actually have to go, so it's not going to work for me today. Guys, tomorrow is Elden Ring Night Rain. By the way, mods, I have heard from sources. I've heard from sources, by the way, that the game, that Night Rain is very challenging solo, like to a point where it's borderline not fun. So I'll probably just log in at 5 and see if anybody wants to play. So if you want to team up for Night Rain, let me know. But tomorrow we'll probably watch the Talkative Try interview. Then I'll probably just play Elden Ring until Night Rain comes out. It comes out at 5 p.m. Central, I believe. I know Texas. By the way, Texas, we've been looking for people in Fortnite. Yesterday, we went on a rampage in Fortnite. We were facing cheaters literally every game. Everybody's an aimbotting cheater, but somehow we still won like 10 games. We got first place like 10 times. I don't know. We just wait until the cheaters fight other cheaters, and then they kill half of each other, and then we just third party both of them and we win. We got like 10 wins yesterday. It was insane. All right. It's fine. Let's raid oh, Talkative Try just went live. Let's raid Talkative Try. I'm going to watch the interview tomorrow, guys, on stream. If you don't mind, because I am interested in it. But let's boost his numbers for the stream. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Elden Ring Night Rain. I'm going to try to sleep until right before it starts. And get like 30 Red Bulls. And yeah, we just blast. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Diablo 4. Well, let's just say Diablo 4 is not getting worse, so that's good. Diablo 4 not getting worse. Let's call it that. Thanks for being here, guys. Beyond tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a huge stream. I'm going to start a little bit later. I might start about right now. We do a mega blast. Going to be great. Good night, guys. Thanks for all the subs and the primes, by the way, guys. Jonas, DM Ryu, Balls, Souls, Crixin, Jonas, Captain GT, Ghost Dragon. Thank you, guys.